Yo, testing, testing, testing. Hello, testing. Putting the link. What's up, everyone? Let me get some coffee real quick, if that's okay. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Did I not share the link? Oh, whoops. I thought I shared the link. My bad. In person. So, if anybody wants to come kick it live with us, that'd be pretty cool if you did. I just came back from church. It was nice. Hello, True Spirit. Hello, Coffee Girl. Hey, Jackson. Oh, dang, there's a lot of people right now. Hey, Emmanuel. So, Casey, am I allowed to dox you right now and say happy birthday? Happy birthday, Casey. I apologize if I wasn't supposed to do that, but yeah, we're just gonna. I have some addition. If you guys saw the live stream yesterday with me and Kodi and Casey and Seven, then you may have noticed that let me tell Cody you were here. We were talking about Revelation 12:1, and since then I've found some very interesting additions. Damn, there's a lot of people. Wow. Wait, yeah, let me message Cody. Check my audio. Make sure I'm on the right mic. All right. Give me one more second to get some coffee. Investigate fake hostage release story. Ooh. Okay, let me get my coffee real quick, and then I'll look into that. 1 second. Well, so since Casey said I can dox him, please wish Casey Jones a happy birthday. Today is his birthday. Kodi. Kodi, you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up,
Yeah,
man?
so yeah, what's up? Yeah, so I wish Casey happy birthday earlier, but yeah, make sure you guys all wish Casey a happy birthday. I don't know how old he is, but he's born on the good old 6'9",
It's interesting
69.
because like I've been really into this like Sirius Jupiter stuff, and like I know that Sirius is located in tropical. It's tropic. I keep getting them mixed up. So tropical is Gemini, sidereal, Cancer. I think that's what it is. And it's funny because Casey, he's a Gemini, but he's born on 6'9", which represents Cancer. So he has like both of those two put together.
He says he's 37. Doesn't Cancer equals 37 too? That's funny you say that. He's 37.
Wow, that's funny. Oh yeah. So
37's
okay. Oh what?
the EL number.
Oh yeah. Um, it's not too late for you right now.
No. I'm a
No.
bit tired already, but yeah, I can still go.
How's your day been so far? It's already the end of your day.
Yeah, it was good. I didn't really do. I mean, I did some errands and stuff, or did some stuff with my girlfriend today, but I didn't really do much decoding. I did a few things with decoding, but mainly just a chill day. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
I mean, I felt like yesterday was a very like it was a lot. It took a toll on me in a good way, but like I felt like after yesterday, I needed a little bit of chill time too. Like
yeah,
from the stream, like the stream, because it was so like I felt like having seven there, which was like really surreal. It was like just like I needed time to just like process everything.
yeah. I mean, I kind of, I guess I kind of guess that's what I felt too a bit, but I just kind of, yeah. I mean, it was kind of a day too where there's, I think Sundays are usually really slow too on the news side. So,
Mm,
but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens these next 3 days, 3 or 4 days.
yeah. Um, I mean, yeah, it's weird for you just because, um, like for you, it's already almost the 10th, and then we still have like a good amount of time for it to be the 9th. So it's just like something could go down like while you're sleeping or something like that. So something
Yeah,
could still go down soon.
that's usually for me. It's weird because sometimes things happen before everyone else is even awake. In the United States, I'm already up. It's like with the bridge collapse thing on 3/26. I was the first one to post a video on that because I was the only one that was awake.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
it was early, so yeah. And then some days, I'm late because to the party because I'm usually sometimes asleep and there's an event that happens later in the day.
yeah, I know what you mean. Are you
But
Oh, what were you gonna say?
no, go ahead.
I was just wondering. Oh, you're clicking because I was hearing I was hearing like clicking or like something, and I was just like, what is that? But are you clicking your mouse or are you not?
Yeah, sorry. I
Okay,
don't know
okay.
I don't know why it's so loud.
Oh, yeah. I was just like, no, it's okay. I thought you were like clipping your nails or something.
No, not right now. But yeah. So
um,
yeah, I don't know why I don't know why my mouse is maybe my mic really picks things up, man.
what? I mean, I never heard it before.
Really?
It's weird. Yeah, but no, yeah, it sounds like you have a really good mic. Like that's why I was like, do you have like a professional mic?
Yeah, I'm not sure why this little Mac or this little Chromebook has such a good mic on it, I guess. But yeah, if it's picking up my mic or it's picking up my mouse clicker, then it must really be good.
Yeah, but okay, so saw John 3:16. Was this what you're talking about? Like one of these stories? Because you said like investigate fake hazards release story. Is this what he's talking about? Did you hear about this story? I mean, I can only assume that this stuff happens on a daily basis in New York, but
No, I didn't hear about this at all.
is this attended robbery house decision? Hmm. Um. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe we'll look into it a little bit later. Okay, let's see. Casey, what do you guys think about the 152, 66, 243s I was telling you about with Venus and the Venus transit cycle? Well, it's crazy. Um, I just want to bring up again. So, Kodi, you're familiar with what he's talking about, right? He probably messaged you too.
Yeah, he messaged me earlier. I'm assuming he messaged you the same thing, I guess.
Yeah, because the 243 stood out to me because remember we were talking about LA, and right now it's the 242nd the 242nd year since it was founded.
Uh-huh.
So the the 243rd birthday is coming up in September, and I think that's pretty interesting considering how with LA we were talking about LA like the day of was it the day of was it on 6/2 or 6/3 that Larry Allen died?
He died on 6/2.
6/2, okay. Well, it's still just like so close to the Revelation like 12 sign, but um let's see, 19 wait 17 9, 14. That's gonna be 243 years. And Casey, um he mentioned that that's for a Venus transit. Casey, can you like elaborate again on in the comments? Just break it down and then but I guess since we're on that topic, so let me show you what I found, which is like amazing. So 255 years, right? From the sign. So if people are like if you guys didn't watch the stream yesterday, just maybe I can make it a little quick. Um so 7-1, he is really like the OG of this Revelation 12 sign that matches this Women of the Apocalypse portrait. Um and he found that this is the date that it happened, and it was a Venus transit followed by uh, an eclipse, and then Kodi yesterday showed how that matched with or the like that this picture matched with like the flag of Mexico, and the he found the shrine that matches it as well, and he was connecting the woman president of Mexico that was elected that day or the day. Yeah, it was. She was elected on the 3rd, right? That's when they
On
announced the
the
winner.
uh she was elected on the 2nd, but yeah, maybe they announced
Um,
it on the um they probably announced it closer towards the 3rd, I would say.
okay.
But
So
it
he,
might have still
yeah,
been.
you
I don't
can,
know exactly when, but
yeah. So on June 3rd, so this was the 255th anniversary since the Revelation 12 sign, and you can just go back and watch Cody's channel if you want to know it more in depth. But so I'm gonna break down this 255 and show how it connects with like Venus. Okay, so the prime factorization is 3 times 5 times 17, and you turn that into, or when you look at that as a number in itself, 3517. The 3,517th prime is 32,797, and then you make it into this date here. So when you go from this date to the sign, it's 9,931 days, which is the 12th 25th prime. And that's the sum of the magic square of Venus. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy.
So just to break down the magic square of Venus, I guess if anyone is not familiar with that, it's the 7x7 grid. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's all the numbers between 1 and 49 consecutively. And when you add all the numbers like 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way to 49, it equals 1225. So this is the magic square of Venus, and it just lines up perfectly with this sign because this sign or this portrait this is representing a depiction of the Venus transit that happened here, which I'm basically like 100% convinced at this point that this really is the Revelation 12 sign. So that was what
Yeah,
I really want to show you.
So what I found the most mind blowing, in case he's talking about the 243 and the 152 and the 66 there, but what's I find that pretty crazy what he wrote there. But what I find even more crazy to me is that Queen Elizabeth was born exactly 255 Venus orbits after
Oh, yeah.
the Revelation 12. Can you do the calculation of that right now just to show people? I mean,
Let's
that
see.
right
So
there,
wait, so it's
that right
it
there,
was
just
it was Venus orbits?
yeah, he
How
says
okay,
255 Venus
so
orbits.
okay, so I'll have to get 6, 3, 17, 39, and then wait, her birth, right?
Yeah,
Was her birth? Oops.
yeah, 1926.
So you would take this and then divide it by what do you divide by, Casey? 268,257. Yeah, that was the thing that like just blew me away. 6, 8,
224701.
257 divided by 224.
224.07701.
Okay, hold on. I got it right. 68257 68257 divided, right? Divided by 224.701. Am I doing it wrong?
Well, the 303, yeah, I don't know. That's interesting though.
Yeah, that 303 because that's like Saturn, right?
Well, yeah, I also had some 303s I was finding earlier with this plane crash from this guy that just this astronaut that went down. But yeah,
Oh,
I'm not
really?
sure. I'm not sure what's up with that.
Hmm. Well, I just want to make sure I'm getting this right. Well, I want to check
Maybe
this out though. In the meantime, this is kind of interesting. Mm. Well, some of the divisors is your birthday's prime. Well, I mean that's the 114th prime is your birthday, so it's kind of cool.
yeah.
um,
I'm not sure. Huh. It says
we'll figure it
also
out. We'll figure it out. I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Queen was born exactly 255 Venus orbits. Huh. I don't know.
313 or 1313 or when um what can we say about those numbers? Well, I think this is how I would um I mean my opinion is that everything is biblical. You know what I mean? Like if the Bible really is what I think it is, I think like the Bible just really is everything's biblical. You know what I mean? That's how I would answer that question. But how I would break down those numbers. So the 1313, I see that as I'll look up the Fibonacci cipher. So um how do you go to that? It has to do with like the Fibonacci sequence, the way that it so if you look here, the way that the Fibonacci sequence works is, these are like it goes like these are the Fibonacci numbers, and it goes up to the 13th Fibonacci, and then it goes back down. So it like peaks at the 13th and then goes back down to the beginning. And I guess the way that how I compare that to the Bible is this verse right here. I forgot what it is, but the first will be last and the last will be first. So I think about it's right here. But where's the KJV? Matthew 20:16.
Hey, Casey,
You still there? Oh,
I don't know.
oh,
I thought that's what you had in there. Didn't you have
yeah.
that date?
Maybe I thought so too. Maybe I didn't. 6, 3, 17,
69.
2, 4, 26, 26. Oh, what the heck? What did I have?
No. It's 421 though.
Oh, oops. No, but still, what did I have before?
You
Because
must have
this
had
is,
a different.
yeah,
You had a different year, I think.
yeah. Okay, so 57299. 57299 divided by 224.701. There we go. Nice. I don't know what I had before, but there it is.
Yeah. So I just hope people, since they didn't watch, if people didn't watch and comprehend my video yesterday, that right there is insane. Because remember, this Scheinbaum, she became president or was elected on the Queen's coronation day, 255 years after the sign. So that to me,
It's unbelievable. Like I'm like I can't I can't believe it, dude. Honestly.
yeah, and yeah, I mean that just like brings it all together. To be honest, I wish I would have known that yesterday. That that really just cements that was a huge connection that we found, or that Seven found. And at first, I don't think any of us really put too much emphasis on that 255 because I've never really seen that number come up before. But now it may just be because, well, also go look at 9/11 this year. Just pull up the date 9/11 2024.
Oh, the numerology.
No, just pull up what day of the year is that.
Oh. Oh, this year. Oh yeah, because it's usually the 254th. Good point.
So how many days before 9/11 did the 255 day did that happen? Check that out. Go from the 26 or the 62 date to that day. Oh, exactly 100, huh? Oh no, go to 62, man. Go to 62. Because if
Oh,
you
the
go from the
26th
date,
prime.
it's the 26 prime, which is also the date, which is also Queen.
Oh wow.
So yeah, that's perfect, man. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, and you know what's interesting about oh my god, look at this. So you kind of get the 12-1 too with the square, the 101st square, 12-1.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh. That's got the 201 in it also.
Yeah, it's like yeah.
And don't forget, divine feminine equals 9/11. So it has something to do with this, the fact that 9/11 is the 255th day of the year this year, and
Yeah.
9/11 is the divine feminine equals 9/11.
Yeah, I'll show people that just
And first woman too, if you type in the word first woman.
Feminine. Well, first woman like that.
What was it? Yeah, oh no, never mind. That was the
Was it-
138 I was thinking of.
Mm.
What else was it? There was something else that equals 911. Something that's also connected with the. I'll have to look it up. Hold on. Probably have it here. Well, plus, first of all, don't forget the Queen was born on the opposite day of the calendar of 9/11. Anyways, didn't she die 911 days after the?
Rona.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean,
I still think it's really crazy that when you go from Abraham Lincoln's death to JFK's death, it matches the day that she died, like the
yeah,
date of her
that is
death.
insane.
And
That
it's
is insane.
because it has to do with the crown. You know what I mean? Like they both were shot in the corona. Oh, said it. They both were shot in the corona. Oh, Casey's made a good comment. Yeah, so they were both shot in the corona, and her with the crown, all that. There's got to be something to that. There's another thing.
Also,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, someone had kept pointing out to me that from Gerald Ford's death to 6/12 is 911, exactly 911 weeks or months. No,
Do
it's
you
got to
remember
be 911 weeks, I think.
Gerald Ford?
It's December 26, 2006. December 26, 2006.
To
Just
6 months.
6/11 or 6/12. No, it must be
Oh
6.
wow! It's
It must
well,
be
I
6/11. Yeah.
no, but I still feel like this is even stronger because this is with the year because it's 9/11/01. Like whenever I see this, I feel like this is like even more like impactful to me than
Right.
like just this,
Right.
because this is more specific. It's like the placeholder.
Yeah. Either way, that's huge. I mean,
Yeah.
and don't forget, Gerald Ford was the one who predicted the first female president, right? And we just had the female president in the United States. He predicted it, but we just had the first female president in Mexico, which is at the southern border. Which makes me wonder. Maybe that's why there was flooding in southern Germany the same day as the Mexico, which is at the southern border. That's probably why. Something about the southern.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, this thing that Casey's saying also, he mentioned that in his comments or his message he wrote me earlier. Queen Bee, and she's from Houston, right? And earlier this year, Beyonce, Beyonce put out that album also, and had huge connections to this eclipse and stuff. And so yeah, I wonder what Queen Bee equals.
I'll check that out. I thought that was brilliant too, like the 255 with the BEE.
Does that equal 255? Oh yeah, I get
Oh
it.
no, he's
25.
like the yeah. But wait, just look up Queen Bee.
Yeah. Well, it's got the 255 backwards and triangular.
Oh yeah.
552.
Yeah.
Oh, it's equals 496 also in reverse. That's the perfect number. It also equals Lucifer.
Oh
It equals Lucifer in 2 out of 4, I think.
let's see. What cipher?
Oh, spelled it wrong.
Oh, of course I did.
So yeah, the 2 out of the 4 base ciphers equals Lucifer. And Lucifer is really Venus.
Oh, the 100. Wait, what did we see? What did we see that was 100? Like 2 seconds ago?
Oh, it was 100 days from the 6-2 or
Oh
the
yeah,
6-3 assigned to 9/11 this year, which is the
yeah,
255 day.
yeah. That's interesting.
Casey says something about Kamala here. Hold on.
Oh,
Kamala turns 97 Venus orbits old on June 23rd, which is 175th day. Venus Magic Square has a property of a 175 property.
oh, yeah. That's true. Okay.
Well, 97.
Do you remember what you off the top of your head what you found with the 97s?
Well, I know death equals 97. That's always the first thing I think of. Let me think here. Hold on. I was talking more about the 79, which is the inverse of that, but
All right.
the 97. Have to think about that. I know a plane crash equals 97 also, but tsunami and oh, that's right. Serpent equals 97. That's interesting.
Didn't I heard like Trump he like re-quoted that speech or something, the snake speech. Is someone correct me on
when
that? I
I
think
didn't hear.
that's what, yeah, I thought he did that like recently, like super recently. You know what's interesting about this? The serpent. This is something also I learned it from Seven's channel from a long time ago. Um, like it's like a mix of like the 5-6 or the 6-5 because it's Sarah is 6 and Pent is 5. Like Serpent, and it's like so I think that's like another maybe um something. Oh, what's what I'm thinking about? I don't know, just something that's like um coded into that, like like we see a lot of things that have to do with 5-6 and 6-5 and stuff like that. So I think they're um that could be connecting to this as well, like 97 and all this stuff. I know I totally butchered that, but
Yeah, I get what you're saying with that, though. That is an interesting way to look at that word. I mean, with the penta and the serp.
I think Sarah means Sarah 6, or where did I find it? I don't know how it would. Sarah 6. I don't know how to find it. I think it was. What language is Pent? What language is that? Pent, like penta.
I think isn't it Latin?
Oh, maybe yeah. Wait, Sarah. I don't know. I don't want to waste time, but I'm pretty sure he's right. um,
Um, the thing that, yeah, so she's turning 97 Venus orbits old on what day again?
let's see. June 23rd
It's June 23rd.
this year.
Well, that's one day before Shinebaum's birthday.
Wait, what was this date again?
That's Ford.
Oh shoot. Okay, this is
Ford's death.
crazy. Or I mean, it's crazy to me. I don't know if it'll fully translate, but so this is when she turns 97 Venus orbits. I remember I was showing this number here yesterday. Kind of so this goes back to the 1189, like 1,189 chapters in the Bible because it's the 833rd prime, and then 833 is 7 times 7 times 17, and 7717 is the 979th prime, and that is the prime factorization of 979 is 11 times 89.
Huh.
And I remember seeing an 833 that had to do with like gematria value pertaining to like Woman of the Apocalypse. I'll have to find it, but I mean, just the fact that this is the 833rd prime, just I guess be on the lookout for 833 because I know for sure this 833 had something to do with Woman of the Apocalypse. So I gotta find it.
But what I'm seeing there though is go to the years, weeks, and days.
Oh, the 255.
Yeah, and now what's even crazier about this is that's essentially Scheinbaum's birthday,
What is her birthday again?
624.
Oh,
So what an interesting connection that Kamala turns exactly 97, like literally on the birthday of this woman that we're just making all these connections with.
you're right. What? How old is she turning?
I don't remember now. 50,
Might be
50
important.
something or 60 something. I don't remember now.
I'll look it up.
She was born in 62, so
24, 62.
60. Is she turning 62?
Oh, 62. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Okay, well there you go.
Wow.
You see,
That is
that is
interesting.
insane.
That is interesting.
That is more than interesting because you see how we've come all the way back around now. We started with Scheinbaum. We
Mhm.
circled all the way back around to the Queen. And don't forget, I've shown how super tied the Queen and Kamala Harris are. I showed that at the Super Bowl this year. But so we came all the way back around and we find out that Kamala, we obviously we connected it to Venus, right? So with Casey showing us that Kamala turns 97, Venus orbits old on essentially Scheinbaum's birthday, her 62nd birthday, which was the day that she 6-2 was the day that she was elected. So this is and
Oh, so and I guess what's kind of interesting that it's the 176 uh, day of the year this year. Is that Donald Trump or is Donald Trump 178?
no, Donald J. Trump equals 176.
Okay. Yeah, I mean I guess that's kind of interesting.
But the only thing that I'm a bit off here about is the 97. How would the 97 tie into this with Kamala? It's not a number I connect to her in any way. It's not a number. It's not connected to Venus, is it? 97.
Well, I think that's what Casey mentioned, right? Let's
Did he?
see. Oh,
He just said I was
three
on to
different.
something.
Yeah,
I'm trying
yeah,
to figure out what 97s he's saying I was on to. I mean,
right.
XX says that 97 Poseidon equals 97, but that doesn't really like. And I like what Casey's saying here about the
Sorry.
thing with the Battle of San Jacinto and also that how important it is to the Mexico narrative and the Texas thing. And remember, Texas Texas is the place where Houston is. Beyonce's from Houston. Houston's in Harris County. So that's a huge connection to Kamala Harris. Houston is in Harris County. And
Right.
there's been some rituals there that have connected with Kamala Harris for sure. But yeah, the 97 is, I know it's the 25th prime. Death equals 97. And death equals 25, I think, doesn't it? Yeah. So
Oh
There's
wow, that's actually
there's a
that's
huge connection with
yeah,
death and that number.
and especially because that was like 8,300. Well, yeah, it was 8,300 days after 9/11 when she was elected.
Yeah, and now type in Brotherhood of Death.
Wow, interesting.
It equals 611 too. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
But
that was pretty.
isn't it interesting though that death equals 97 and Brotherhood of Death equals 97?
Yeah.
So that's what I've always found interesting about that number is that connection. And I think it comes back to the number 25, but I still wait, doesn't 25 have a connection to Venus?
Um. Well, twelve
The
twenty
magic
five.
square?
Well, that's Mars. 5 by 5. I think so. But let me see. I'll double check. Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus. Yeah, I think it's just 749, 175, 1225, and Mars is. Did I pass Mars? Mars is 5 by 5, 25.
Hmm. There's got to be something more to that 97 than if it's really going to line up like that.
Well, I mean, that's what's kind of interesting is that, what I was bringing up, the Sarah Pent, like Serpent, how that Serpent's 97, but then Sarah and Pent, that's the 6 and 5.
Mhm.
Um, so it seems like there's an interesting relationship with.
Oh, hold on. Type in Venus and bring up the Chaldean cipher. This might be a bit of a connection.
Oh,
Chaldean.
okay.
So again, 97 is the 25th prime,
Yeah.
and Venus equals 25.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
That's good.
but there's also a lot of stuff that equals 25 in that cipher. Hold on a second. Let me check something. Chaldean
Ooh.
cipher is a cipher I think we neglect sometimes. I know I've been neglecting it a lot, but um,
What is Methusene's number? Methusene's 97, isn't it Methusene's number? See, Poseidon is 97.
that's
Quetzalcoatl
interesting.
is Phoenix.
Hmm. Mexico equals 25 in the same cipher as Venus.
Did I already share this comment? Uh, oh yeah.
And did you? Yeah, so Mexico equals 25 in the same cipher as Venus. So that's interesting. And again, that Chaldean cipher is very, I mean, decode your reality shows how crazy that cipher is. I mean, again, I when I see a connection in that cipher, I do take it serious. Like,
Yeah. Let me look into it. I don't know if I've ever really studied it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you? It just goes. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3,
well,
4,
it's
5.
it's based off of the what's it called? It's based off of actual sounds.
Oh wow.
It's based off of vibration, and
Oh
it
wow.
doesn't have. Notice it doesn't have a 9 in there, so it doesn't use
Right.
nines. But have you ever watched Decode Your Reality?
It's been a while. I kind of. I should probably
Well,
go
he
back.
explains and also this cipher is one of the oldest ciphers too, and it's based off of vibration and sound. So each of these numbers has the reason they're numbered, and I need to go do more research on how that's selected. But all I know is that when Chaldean, I've seen a lot of things where if I was just looking at the Chaldean cipher, I would have been able to really been onto stuff. Like for instance, Super Bowl things and football games, MVP winners for the football game one year. It was that cipher that would have been able to show that. And there's been many more. And if you go back through my videos, you'll see many times where I've used that cipher. So again, I'm just bringing the importance of that, and you use the septenary with that also. So,
Wow.
and I've showed the importance of the septenary also many times. And the septenary, remember, President Donald Trump equals 77, 34 felony counts equals 77 in that cipher, right? And right now, the Florida Panthers, if you type in the Florida Panthers, it equals 77 in septenary. It with the though.
Mm-hmm.
So the Florida Panthers equals President Donald Trump, right? And Trump is based out of where the Florida Panthers are.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're in the Stanley Cup Finals right now. So there's the 77 is also tied to the hockey stuff with that 77.
Yeah.
And again, when you see that in the 7 cipher, the septenary cipher, you know that's big, because
Yeah.
when I see a 77 in the septenary cipher, that means that's a huge, you know. And
Yeah, because that's kind of like when you see, like when we found the 16, 18 in the Fibonacci cipher. I mean, that's like a different story, but it's kind of like when it's like the value matches like the foundation of what that cipher means. It's like it says a lot, you know. Like how Venus pentagram equals 666 and satanic. Like that's
yeah,
gonna get more like on the nose.
right. Oh, what do you that
Oh,
equals
176.
77?
Oh, the 176. That's so she's gonna so that's the this year it's the
That's Shinebound's
176.
birthday.
Yeah, this year. It's the 176 day of the year. And it's usually 175, and 175 matches the magic square Venus. So it's interesting. That's crazy. That's like it works for both um the non-leap year and the leap year.
Yeah, there's definitely a huge find because again, we just went full circle really with this research, with this connection, because there's no doubt in my mind now. You know, in the beginning, I kind of had to go through and prove all this stuff, but now it's pretty obvious. And
Yeah. Oh no, go ahead. I was just
again,
agreeing.
she's turning 97 on that. Kamala Harris turning 90. And don't forget, that's Freemasonry's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
But what's interesting, though, is I was actually led to this time period a little bit ago before I got on here. I was doing a bit of research. I was looking into the American Pie thing again.
Okay.
I was looking into American Pie when the
Oh,
yeah. So,
243. Is that
but
I
no,
don't
I
know
was
if you
thinking the 255 and the reverse caps.
well both I mean they're both probably pretty
And look at the 404. So I'm going to bring the
Mhm.
404 and the 255. So go from the day that the Korean president sang American Pie to Biden at the White House to the days that um this election.
Can you remind me of when that was?
Oh
Do you
yeah,
know the
April 26, 2023. Now go
to
to
the
the
like
date. Go to the day she was elected. Yeah.
oh per election. Oh, okay. Okay.
Or
Wow.
you could say the day of her election or the day of the anniversary of the sign.
Dude, and then check this out. So you get 138 both in two ways. 13 8. like remember the 13:8 ratio, the
Uh-huh.
Venus to Earth ratio, and then divine feminine is 138,
Eh, Yeah.
so you get that twice. But I mean, that just so makes it even more amazing how it's like this and all those.
Yeah, so okay. And if you go to the actual anniversary the next day on 6/3, you also get 404.
Oh right, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so remember, go back to the calculator for a minute. And so see how American Pie equals 255 and 404, and that was the
Mhm.
255th anniversary of the sign, and it was 404 days after he sang American Pie at the White House.
Oh,
Now type in the name of the president that sang to Biden. Yoon, Yoon, Suk, Suk, Yeol. Now look in the caps added, capitals added.
oh,
250.
wow,
Okay, so
dang,
in the
interesting.
reverse, he sang American Pie at the White House, right? In the reverse, it equals 255, and his name equals 255 in the forward, right? So it's just like the reverse.
Yeah.
So again, that's interesting. Now
Mhm.
here's what I found. Now go from the day he sang that to this Scheinbaum's birthday, the one we were just looking at. Now add the day. Now what is that?
That's her birthday. Oh wait, no, it's not. Her birthday reversed.
No, but look at the day he sang that.
Oh yeah,
And look how
from
it's the same numbers as the day. It's just reversed around.
yeah.
So I felt
It's like
something.
it's that, and then it would also be the mirror of her birthday too. So it's interesting how it's like both 426 and you know what I mean 624 as well. The mirror.
Right, that's what I mean is it's the
Oh
reverse backwards and forwards, and this 426 number is actually a huge number that Rambo talked about connected to the Nazi mind control.
oh, I remember
Um,
that. I remember that.
so and again, this is Freemasonry's birthday, and this 426, I think is tied to Joseph Mengele. I can't remember how Rambo talked about that. Um, but he was talking about how, you know,
Nice one.
the
Think ahead.
264 is tied to the Joseph Mengele mind control.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
yeah, I'd have to go back and find, or well, I can't go
yeah.
back because his videos are taken down. But
And then you get the 6 like how you mentioned yesterday. Woman is 66.
uh-huh, it's almost 13 months and 31 days actually, if you could get
Yeah,
that, but you can't get that 31 anyways. But because it would be the 14 months exactly, which is interesting
yeah.
because dead equals 14. So I don't know, man. Maybe
But
the 97. Maybe the 97 is connected to Biden dying that day. I don't know.
well,
I don't,
because remember the 13:3, Revelation 13:3. That's the deadly head wound verse, Revelation 13:3.
yeah. Well, president equals 133 also. So
Yeah, yeah. Um, I think
also, it's also interesting that it's 1 year and 60 days. That's like the assassination equals 160, I think. Um, but
assassination.
what really caught me was the 426 days after he sang that on 426.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. And
Assassination equals 611. Okay, so I keep seeing this number come up in this Latin cipher. Like 2 times yesterday, I saw that come up, and now 2 times today.
yeah, what was the other one it was that we saw earlier today?
Oh, now I can't remember.
Someone can
Assassination.
remind us. Someone can probably remember better than this. Yeah, yeah, Casey. We saw that the American Pie was 243. Um,
But I can't, oh, man, that's 611. I know Uranus equals 611 in that same cipher. What was it that we just looked up, man? That's gonna bug me.
Hmm.
We were just looking at that.
I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait until the video's over, and then we can just go back to it.
I mean, I can go on my phone right now and watch
Oh, that's
back.
right. Yeah, you can. You can do that if you want.
It's gonna
But
bug me.
yeah, but let me show you something real quick before you do that. So, um, I there's actually a connection also with the 94 and 255. Um, I've I've actually known about this for a while, but it kind of goes back to what I was showing earlier with the prime factors. So it's um 3 times 5 times 17, and then 3 5 17 is the 491st prime, and that is the 94th prime. So I think that's kind of interesting too.
Yeah, I've noticed that before actually with those 9 4s, 491, 194.
Yeah.
There is something with that.
Well,
There's
something
actually
because it has to do with 811, because like when you look at the time conversions, I think 811 a.m. is the 491st minute of the day, I think. So I've always associated 491 with 811.
interesting.
And the 94 too, because I remember there was a bunch of stuff that happened when the Taiwan earthquake happened, and then I remember you found all that stuff with like 94 and plutonium, and was that it was something about the president, like I'm pretty sure you remember like all those 94s, right? With the Taiwan
Yeah.
earthquake that was on 4-3.
Well, the only thing I remember right now is it was
That is the
94.
94 day, that's the 94th day of the year, right? 4-3.
Yeah, and Taiwan equals 94.
Yeah.
Plutonium is the 94th element.
Yeah.
Um, but what's interesting is Uranus equals 94.
Right.
And when
And
you
611.
right. So Uranus equals 611, assassination equals 611, and I think it was Brotherhood of Death equals 611 in that cipher.
Oh. Yeah. So I mean, it sounds pretty reasonable that's like some sky related thing, with
Right.
Uranus.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to look into that and see how would Uranus. Hmm. But I mean, that's just interesting, 611. But to the point of the 94, um, uranium is what I think you have to. They made uranium to get plutonium. And so Uranus equaling 94. But what's interesting about the 90, uranium equals 92, and that's the 92nd element. Oh, uranium equals 97.
Mhm.
Because remember, Decode Your Reality did a whole video about this, but he was saying that the whole Bible basically is pointing to the age of Aquarius, right? So Jesus is in the age of Pisces, and he's saying that my kingdom is not in this age; it's in the next age, which is the age of Aquarius. So essentially, that would be pointing to Uranus because Uranus is the god of Aquarius, right? Also Jupiter, right?
Mhm.
Um, but the Uranus thing, to me, I always go back to Uranus because Uranus is the father of Saturn, or right? That's how in the mythology.
Let's see. Yep.
So when I think of Uranus, I think he's the real head honcho. um, a lot of people think of Saturn. And of course, Saturn is obviously important and big, but if you're just looking at the mythologies, Uranus, there'd be no Saturn without Uranus.
Right.
Essentially, that's what I'm saying is the father. It's the father. So and it makes sense why he's the sky god, because usually when you think of the father god, you think of the heaven and the sky, and but that's just kind of how I think of it.
Yeah. No,
And
that makes sense.
what's also interesting is we're entering, and Pluto is entering into Aquarius also, so that might be also a signal of that also, and just the connection that Uranus has. So I mean, I don't know how that connects to 611 and how that could connect to the day that's coming up just 2 days from now, but I need to go back and look at all the dates when Pluto is entering into Aquarius and when it's leaving again, and then when it's coming back again. Um,
Yeah.
because it entered into Aquarius on January 20th this year, I think.
Mm.
So I wonder how many days before June 11th that was. 120, 120.
157 is kind of interesting. Wait, to June 11th?
Yeah.
Oh
So one.
well. This is has a lot to do with Saturn because of time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then it's 12 times 12, like like the the time is divided by 12 hours and then 12 hours again, and it's um it represents the amount of minutes in the day, right? Or am I tripping?
Isn't it 1440?
Yeah, so I guess kind of similar, but I mean, I just think of, well, time doesn't time equal 144?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
What Casey's saying in the chat is makes sense too. With Uranus is said to be the father of Venus. Those planets are the only
Mm,
planets that spin backwards.
mm.
Uranus equals 611, god of the skies, FAA. Yeah, that's the good point. All right, so go from that FAA. I know that FAA thing that happened was a huge clue for the big plane crash events that are coming. That was last year, 2023. It was like was that on January 11th? I'm pretty sure that was when that whole thing, they shut down the whole thing, you know.
Um, let's see.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Oh yeah. Uh, so to 611.
Hmm. It's exactly 74 weeks. Interesting.
I saw 171 today. We were talking while we were talking. I saw 171. That, oh man,
Huh.
it
I,
it,
I mean,
what did you mention?
the 74, I mean, that's a huge
Yeah,
number.
yeah, 74 weeks exactly too. That's
I mean, I would think that the 77th week after would be even bigger because remember it was flight 77.
seems oh man, it's like the day before the United States, um their the birthday, the 248th birthday of the United States.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I wonder what the nearest prime number is. Go back to that June 11th day real fast. 517 days. Is that a prime? I wonder what the next prime is, or the prime before that. Be interesting to see what that prime number is.
Well, I remember we were looking at this. Remember the 1152?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is interesting.
Oh, I think I saw. I think it was September 11th. I thought. Oh man, I thought I remember. There's something. Oh, it's 611. That's interesting. I remember seeing a 1152 in something we were talking about yesterday. that I'd never looked up before, and it equaled 1152, and it was like something about September 11.
Hmm.
September 11.
Take out the TH, maybe?
Oh, whoops. Oh yeah,
Hmm.
1152 in Latin. That's super interesting.
Hmm. Yeah.
Dang, that's really interesting. If you, oh, that's really like that's like hurting my head right now.
Wait a minute. There might be a riddle here. Hold on. Go to the months. Just the months. So it's 17 months from the FAA outage. Okay. So follow me here. 17 months after the FAA outage. And go to 9/11 this year now.
From what?
From 6/11 to 9/11 this year. Of course, it's 3 months, right?
Yeah.
So it's 17 months after the FAA outage and 3 months before 9/11. Now type in plane crash.
Oh wow.
You see what I
Oh
mean?
man, dude.
Wait, that equals 97. Okay.
Oh shoot. And then, oh man.
But you see what I'm saying with the
Yeah, yeah,
17
yeah.
plus
No,
73.
that's really good.
So it falls
Dang.
right in the middle of that FAA outage in the next 9/11. It's the 173. I mean that seems to be interesting. Hmm.
No, that's really smart. That's really good. And I mean, this is it might be a little bit off off tangent. So like plane crash 551. I think 9/11 is the 551st minute of the day.
Hmm.
I guess, but it's a little. I mean, that's kind of irrelevant to what we're talking about. But just want to point that out.
Yeah. You know what I was looking at earlier too? How many months was in between 9/11/01 and 6/11 in a few days, just to see if that was going to be a clue. But
From hmm.
what's interesting about this is if you're technically saying 273 months,
Mm-hmm.
technically that's the start of the 274th month since 9/11, right?
Right.
Now look how many days is between 9/11 and 6/11 on the calendar. Just go to the days between year and days.
Like from the
No,
23 or
just hit
20.
the. Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Wow. Nice.
Now and listen to this. So there was a huge riddle a few days ago at the beginning of this month with the 274. Um, it was from my video about the girl who predicted the death date in the plane crash show, Manifest.
Mm-hmm.
And she's born on the 274 day of the year, right? This girl.
Mm-hmm.
And the next day, or the day that I was predicting, I think it was like 6-1 or 6-2, there was a championship game, a soccer game in the EU. And the guy who scored, well, first of all, go type in the soccer team who won that game. Type in Real Madrid.
Uh, gosh, Madrid.
Yeah, it's that
With
game
the
right there against Dortmund, right? So yeah, click that and then see who scored the first goal. You see the guy who scored the first goal, Danny
car.
Carvalho.
Yeah.
You see how he scored it in the 74th minute.
Yeah.
Now guess what number he wears?
2.
Yeah, so
Oh
274.
wow.
Now go type in Real Madrid, like in the gematria calculator.
Oh dang.
Now type in flight 77.
Where is it at? Or
Wait a
with
minute.
the words?
Wait a minute. I don't know what. I thought it was 274 in the same cipher. I put it in my video. Man, that's interesting. I thought that was what it was.
It wasn't written out.
I don't think so, no. Now I have to go back to my video, but there was something that equaled 274. And remember, I told you Luka Doncic and the girl who predicted the death date to be June 2nd. They were born 274 apart. So that was why I was looking at that number. And then the day, like just day, like a day later, you had this guy wearing number 2 scoring in the 74th minute, and then he plays for a team that equals 274. And I thought that flight 77 equaled 274, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what
Well,
that was.
I could
Oh no, I know why it probably doesn't equal, because did you space out? Okay, go back to the calculator. Type in flight and now type in 7 space 7.
Oh, what the heck?
Okay, so the reason that does that is because you can calculate this two different ways. You can either add the 7 and the 7 separately, like reduce each one, like so you get 14, or you can
Mm.
just put the numbers together, right?
Mm.
So put the number together again. So now you're calculating 77 instead of 14.
Oh,
You get what I
interesting.
mean?
Yeah,
So when you
yeah.
space it out, you just calculate a 7 plus another 7.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Wow, that's more. That's like more accurate, or I don't know, but
I mean, I think there's legitimacy to doing it both ways. I think that's why Derek put
yeah.
that in there,
Oh,
But
yeah.
for the most part, no, most people would say, yeah, just reduce it. So this is the
Oh,
most, Zach Hubbard, he would say that. He would say, Derek, I don't know why Derek he always says that. I don't know why Derek did that. He should just make it all reduced. But yeah, so you see what I mean though, the
yeah.
274.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. And um, okay, yeah, this is gonna be kind of maybe more fun, but so what was it again? That was 17 weeks. It was 9. So what was the time span that we saw that was 17 weeks away?
It was the FAA outage.
Okay. So 17. So, I mean, you've been emphasizing the sevens, how important they are. I feel like this all goes back to the 7 because look, well, first of all, the 17 is the 7th prime, and the 17th prime is 59. And when you put 17 plus 59 together, like 1759, that is the 274th prime. And this connects to, I mean, I guess it's still relevant to like the 9/11 stuff. Because obviously, George W. Bush was part of Skull and Bones 322. He was president during 9/11. And so 274 is 2 times 137. That's the prime factorization. And 2137 is the 322nd prime number.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it seems like everything that had to do, like, it really does go all the way back to the sevens, like even with 9/11, with the whole thing with the 77, flight 77, 77th Meridian, all that stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're pointing at this year with Trump being sentenced on 7/11.
Yeah,
Because as people have mentioned, Trump once accidentally said that 9/11 was July 11th. So he's getting sentenced on essentially the real September 11th.
right.
And type in September 11th in gematria. What do you get?
11th.
I mean, what do you get?
Oh yeah,
You
the
get 77. So
and then what do you get when you put 7, 11, 666?
yeah, what's July 11th equal in? It equals Donald Trump.
Oh, well, this is interesting too, because this is another thing that points me to the 322 because of this, because it's the third and 22nd prime numbers. 5 is the third prime, and 79 is the 22nd
Right,
prime.
yeah.
So 322 again. I always um think of the 322 when I see 579.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, with the 274 though, I think that's a huge number. You could say that this is what Zach Hubbard would say is it ties back to the Society of Jesus, the 274, because their motto, "Isus Salvum Salvator," equals
Yeah,
274.
yeah. Oh man, I saw. Okay, what was it that we saw the 5? Because we saw 517, but then it was like a span of 518. Do you remember what that was?
Yeah, it was from the. I think it was from the FAA until June 11th.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess it's kind of uh, I don't know what to make of that. That was
Yeah,
from
that would be interesting if you typed out June 11th and it equaled 518.
yeah, exactly.
June 11th equals Seattle Slew and World War III.
Well, do you
Oh,
get the 846?
which reminds me, the one thing I did discover today.
Oh, and the
Uh,
62.
yeah, the one thing I did discover today that I think we ought to bring up is the horse that won yesterday and how it's tied to all this.
Oh yeah. We can definitely do that. Take the floor.
Um,
Door knock.
yeah, so uh, yeah, so door knock, or it's probably how you, it probably sounds a lot like door knock. I'm pretty sure that's how you say it. So you know how we've been talking a lot about doors, and Bray Wyatt's whole character was about doors, and now his brother's coming back, and just type in door knock. This is actually going to tie right in with what we were just talking about. So,
Oh wow.
of course, oh, it
Damn.
almost equals 274 too, in the same cipher almost.
Oh yeah.
But the big number to look at right now is the 77, right? I was just talking about how big the 77s have been, whether it's Boston in the finals, whether it's the Mavericks with Doncic who wears 77, whether it's the Florida Panthers in hockey that are in the finals, they equal 77 in the 7 cipher. Everything is connecting to the 77 right now, going into the 78 too, because Trump is going from his 77 to the 78. So just it
Yeah.
was just crazy that I was talking about this number, and then the horse that wins the wins the race equals 77.
Yeah.
And so why is this
I know what you mean. Yeah.
so why is this connected though? Because in 1977, it was a horse called Seattle Slew that won the Triple Crown,
Right.
right? And actually, the descendant of Seattle Slew was actually in that race yesterday. Honor Marie was actually also in that race yesterday.
Oh, okay. I just want to. I want to mention something real quick. If Casey's still in there, because um, yesterday I think it was just we were just talking. Oh no, it was on my stream, and he was mentioning the emphasis of the number 3, having a lot to do with Just like the really big significance with 3. And if you want, Casey, if you're still there, please like put it in the comments, because I feel like that would just it just ties so perfectly into this with the Triple Crown. And I guess you could, because I think we were talking about Mercury too, and you could kind of see like the horse as like, that's a mode of transportation as well. But yeah, so Casey, if you can recall what if you're there, that'd be cool if you could put in the comments. But okay, continue.
Yeah, so the horse that won equals 77, like Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown in 77. And the horse, the descendant of Seattle Slew, was in that race, Anna Marie. And so, as I told you this morning, this was the first Belmont Stakes to be held outside of the normal arena, right? It was being held in Saratoga Springs, New York, for the first time ever. So the first time ever, but this was the 156th. This was the 156th Belmont Stakes. Now, type in Belmont Stakes for them so they can see that in the gematria.
Insane.
So, and look at it, equals 611.
Yeah.
So it must be a big Belmont Stakes because the name of the race equals 156, and this is the 156th edition. So of course it was going to be the first edition that was held outside of the normal place. I think that's why they did that.
Yeah.
Now,
Keep talking. I can still hear you, but keep talking. I'm just gonna grab something real quick.
okay, no problem. But the so as we just showed there, the 156 is the gematria of Belmont Stakes, and this year was the 156 Belmont Stakes. Now, when he gets back, I'll have him type in. I'll have him type in the name of the horse Seattle Slew, who won the Triple Crown in 1977, and I just connected the 1977 with the horse that won the race yesterday. Once he gets back, we'll have him type that in so you guys can see it. Monty Python, yeah, that's interesting. Belmont. Well, Mont means mountain. So when I see Belmont, I think of like a Bell Mountain.
What was I typing in again?
Yeah, so let me just, re-explain real fast so I can get back to it. So Belmont Stakes equals 156. This year was the 156th edition. The horse that won it equals 77. Like in 1977, Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown. So type in Seattle Slew. So you guys see what I'm saying? Seattle Slew 156, Belmont Stakes 156. And this year was the 156 running of the race. Now type in World War III.
With
With
that or that?
The normal way, like the 3 eyes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. I'll tell you after.
Yeah, you see the 1302. I know what you're seeing there. But yeah, so World War III equals 156. In fact, World War III equals Seattle Slew in multiple ciphers. I think all the ciphers, doesn't
it? Wait. Yeah. Seattle Slew?
Yeah. Oh, 2 of the 4 ciphers. Seattle Slew equals World War III. So, but the 156 is the important one here because, again, yesterday was the 156 Belmont Stakes, and Belmont Stakes equals 156. Now, if you guys remember watching my video I did a few weeks ago about the book falling on my shelf that was called Countdown to World War III. And I told you guys that the prophecy guy, the German prophet during World War II, was Alois Illmeyer. And Illmeyer was born. You're gonna have to look up his date of birth, but so you can show them. But I can't remember it off the top of my head, like the year of his birth.
What was his name? Do you remember how to spell it?
Alois, Alois. Illmeyer, IR. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Oh, that's right. Yesterday was his birthday. Yeah, yesterday was his birthday. So type in from his birthday on his actual birthday, that date right there, to yesterday, and see how many months it was.
Wait, 1894?
1894, I think.
No, like he definitely was not born in 1994. Wait, till yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah, and then just type in the months. Get rid of don't add the day and type in the month.
Oh, wow.
This is what I showed you earlier, like this is insane. Think
Oh,
about
yeah, that's
this.
right, though.
But I hope everyone caught what I just showed you, because this is absolutely insane. You're telling me that at the 156 Belmont Stakes, which equals 156, the birthday of the guy who predicted World War III, which equals 156, right? He predicted World War III, which equals 156, on the 156 running the Belmont Stakes, which equals 156. He turned exactly 1560 months old.
And that's without even mentioning that the 156 prime is 9/11. But you didn't.
Yeah.
That's not even. That doesn't even matter. Like just the 156s themselves say everything.
Now, here's what's also interesting. Notice that he turned exactly 130 years old yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Type in Washington.
Wow.
Okay, so notice how Washington equals 130. Like yesterday, he turned 100. Well, Washington equals 156.
Where is it? Am I missing? Where is it?
In caps.
Oh my god! Why do I always miss that one? Dang, that is crazy.
Okay, so I didn't even know this, but Washington equals 156, guys. And what happened just a day before this? Type in the plane crash of the guy who died in Washington State near Seattle.
Wait, what? Um, Washington State.
Yeah. So
This was yesterday, right?
well, it was in the news yesterday when all this was happening, but I think he actually died on the 7th, but it doesn't matter because just think about this. So he dies in a plane crash in Washington. Okay. And Washington, we just found out Washington equals 156. And remember, Seattle Slough was where we started this whole thing off with. We started out off with Seattle Slough in 1977. And I didn't even mention the part about how this is connected to the town in Scotland called Dornoch, because that's a whole other riddle here. But this riddle is pretty solid and just makes me think, I wonder if June 11th really is going to be an attack on Seattle like Jurassic always says. I don't know, but like I'm just thinking we just had this huge connection with World War III, and he goes down in a plane, this guy.
Yeah,
And he's the
that would
one who
bring
took
that would bring in the relevance of the 9/11, like with the plane crash.
Right, yeah. So, and this guy, this William Anders, if you type in his name,
Um. So he
This
died
is
on the
normal
6th. Did he die on the 6th?
on the 7th.
Oh, he died on the 7th. Oh yeah, today's the 9th. Okay.
But William Anders equals 140, like Washington. So he dies in Washington. His name equals 140, like Washington.
Oh, interesting. Yep.
And there's another 140. I just forgot. Oh man, that's just insane that Washington equals 156, man, in the caps. I completely didn't know that, and that brings it all together. But one last thing I want to mention about this horse race is just look up Dornoch, Scotland.
Like in the calculator.
Just on Wikipedia. Just look up the town and then go to the Wikipedia for it. And so this is the horse that won. Now, this is just crazy. If you scroll down a bit, now start reading. Hold on, start reading right there. It says, I'll read it. It is also notable as the last place a witch was burnt in Scotland. All right, guys. So I want you guys to understand how crazy this is. This is the last place a witch was burnt, legally burnt at the stake in Scotland. And what was the name of the race that Dornoch won? Belmont Stakes. Belmont Stakes. And then the horse that wins leads you back to the town where supposedly the last woman was burnt at the stake. Which?
That's a really good connection.
And
or I guess that could add on to like the magic theme. There's a lot of
it
magic
does.
stuff.
It goes perfectly because think about it. Think about it. You have number 7. Dornoch equals 77. What is the name? What is the number of Luka Magic Doncic?
77.
Exactly. So yeah, Casey's mentioning witchcraft equals 1020. I did see that, like Kamala's birthday. But so think about that. 77 is Dornoch, and Dornoch connects us to a witch. And we're talking about the guy in the NBA Finals right now, number 77, is wearing, and his name is Luka Magic.
Yeah, I was also thinking it was interesting with the death of Bill Walton because I was thinking about Walt Disney, like
Right. Yeah.
like Disney, like Disney Magic.
But think about the Celtics connection right now. Also, the Celtics is Scotland. Those are the
Oh
Celtics.
yeah.
And what's
Okay.
the whole magic thing connects to Scotland and Ireland. So, and just do me a quick thing also, and I'll show you what's also crazy about this is, type in the Unholy Trinity or the Unholy Union, WWE.
Oh, just Google, right?
Yeah. Oh, wait, go back up. Hold on. Go back up. What is this? Is this a video posted on October 20th? Kamala's birthday, like witchcraft? Oh, my goodness. Holy crap, man. So this is a group in WWE that's just now coming back after, like, literally, I have not seen these two girls since probably this video was posted. WWE has not been using them in their content at all. And now right after this horse, Dornoch, who connects to witchcraft and witches in Scotland, and these women are from Scotland, guys. These women, the Unholy Union. You can type in that in gematria just so they can see the gematria of that, because that's also
With the Unholy Union.
obvious. That's the Jesuit order. But look at the 177. Okay, so this is, when I see this number, I think of the number 77. It's 177. Okay, but if you type in the guy who just died in a plane crash the other day, He equals 177. Luka Doncic equals 177.
Wait,
His
this
full
one.
name, I think, William. Oh no, sorry, no, it's not his name. It's the name. It's type in Earthrise photo.
Who? There's what?
Photo.
Wait, Toto? What
No,
was it?
photo. Like you take a
Oh,
photo.
Photo. Sorry.
So he was famous for taking the Earthrise photo.
Wait, okay. I just saw these two like
Yeah, I did see those
reverse.
two also. What
Was
was that?
that
We were
the whole union? Yeah. What the heck?
well, yeah.
Hmm.
Also because they have the same numbers in. They have this 177 also.
Oh yeah.
Just
That
like
makes sense.
but now go back to that group, the WWE group, the two Scottish girls, and you can't watch the video, but they're all about witchcraft. They're literally witches. That's their gimmick. And look at their names: Isla Dawn and Alba Fire. So Isla Dawn, like Earth Rise, Dawn, Rise.
Mm.
And look at the magic potion witchcraft thing. And so do you guys understand this? Because I already made a video like last week about the upcoming event in Scotland called Clash at the Castle. And this all ties to that as well. But and these two women are going to be making their appearance again, just all of a sudden, randomly, out of nowhere, just for this Scottish event, just because they're witches, and just because it connects to this horse. Go back to Dornoch for a second, the Wikipedia. This was the horse that won, and this is the name of the town in Scotland where these women are from. And this is where it was burnt at the stake. The last witch was burnt at the stake legally. And these two girls' name is Alba Fire, like burning, get it?
Yeah.
And I didn't even really look into the name of this witch, Janet Horn.
Over here. Yeah.
The Witch's Stone.
Mm.
Look at that. There's a stone commemorating her death called the Witch's Stone. And look at that. Look at what they say right after that. They say the golf course designer Donald. What a joke. What a
Oh,
joke,
what the heck?
man. Do you understand what this is saying? What this is saying here? You go from the witch connection to the Donald on the golf course, and what is Donald Trump
Yeah.
known for? Golf
Oh,
courses.
yeah.
So type in Donald Ross. Let's see what that equals.
And I guess that like that ties into the whole thing with MAGA. Like,
Oh my gosh. Donald Ross equals 121 equals Antichrist
oh,
and
oh
Revelation.
yeah. What the heck? Yeah. Just the four.
And Revelation also has that same gematria.
Yeah.
So, I mean, come on now. Now go back to that again, that page. And now look what it mentions as the next thing after the golf course with Donald. Look at what it mentions. Dornoch used to be connected to a main railroad, the Mound. The railroad was opened on June 2nd. Do you see how it's leading us through all the events right now? Like they pointed us to this page, and now you have all these connections with. I mean, this goes perfectly too because Donald, Doncic, the Don, the name of the girl in the group, the Unholy Union is Isla Dawn, like Dawn.
Oh yeah.
And look, it even mentions World War One if you keep reading later down. And look,
Yeah.
it mentions women's suffrage societies. And it mentions Madonna.
Oh.
Wow. Madonna, you get it? Madon with the Don in the name again.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane.
Queen symbolism. Queen symbolism. Queen of pop.
Yeah, you guys might not be getting all of this, like, but I'm probably gonna do a video because this needs to be like shown on slide form so people can see the absolute insanity of this. I mean, just think about this. I got there from a horse that wins the Belmont Stakes, and then we get to the witches burning at the stakes, and yeah, like what you mentioned, Sean, the whole thing with MAGA. MAGA just means like mage or magic,
Yeah.
and yeah,
And then just like the whole thing with that being like I guess the highest degree in Satanism or something like that.
right, yeah.
Part of the part of the whole thing to just divide everyone.
Think Ahead says some sources give the date of Dornoch execution as June 1722. Huh.
Oh, I think I saw that up here. What is this?
Type in the witch's stone. What does that equal?
Though it is
Yeah, type in
oh,
type
the
in the.
tutorial is saying.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh. Huh, 212 again.
Oh,
And
no, it's not even-
77.
oh,
77, bro. 77. I started this whole decode with the 77, and now just full circle, it comes right back.
insane.
Wow. 77, of course.
Oh, this is probably why
Yeah,
it's meant to
619.
be for you. Yeah, it's meant to be.
I mean, I see a lot of 619s coming up lately. A lot of 196s and 619s.
Mhm.
But yeah, I can't believe that equals 77, man. That's
Yeah.
insane. And that equals 77 in the same cipher as guilty verdict, which is what Trump just got.
Oh, yeah.
And he got essentially, oh babe, oh, he was saying that it was a witch hunt. That makes all the sense. That makes every sense in the world, man. I just can't believe I didn't think of that until now. He was saying that it was a witch hunt. And
I'm keeping
now,
this or just for the future. So I can look back on it later. But I remember I have to look. I saw 575 earlier, so I just gotta when I watch the video, I gotta remind myself. Okay, continue.
yeah, I also saw a 575. It was one of our measurements, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah.
Um, I have something to say, but say what you're gonna say first.
No, I just want to finish off and by showing you guys, you know, I started with the horse who won the Belmont Stakes, and it connected all the way back around to Trump, who's Scottish descent, right? I already did a whole video on Clash at the Castle. Go watch that video, guys. Clash at the Castle and Trump. And now, you know, man, I'm just really interested to see what happens. And that's not even talking about the Cody Rhodes and AJ Styles connection that connects to June 11th, because AJ Styles faced Cody Rhodes' dad, who died on June 11th, and AJ Styles won the Triple Crown in wrestling on June 11th. So that even all connects. Like, I don't even know if I can. I'll have to go back and like somehow make a video of all this, but I'm glad I'm able to show it here first, at least, and kind of, because I'm glad I just thought of that, because I might have forgotten to think about how Trump was calling it. See if you can find an article real fast where Trump says it was a witch hunt, just to make sure that I was right. I'm pretty sure that's
Okay.
what he was saying.
I was also gonna say, oh my god, I can't spell. But I was gonna mention. I was gonna put this back in the comments because I remember when we were talking about Seattle Slew in the 3, and I was asking Casey to remind me of like the 3s. So this is what it was. But yeah, I just want to put that out there just if in case anyone wants to see it. Trump witch hunt.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure I know what you mean. It's just I don't know if I'm gonna find like an official
No,
article,
he
but
actually said I'm pretty sure he actually said it.
oh really?
He actually
Oh,
said it's a witch hunt.
maybe this.
Yeah, right here. Yeah. Oh man, this is
Yeah,
insane. Do you understand this? This is absolutely insane, man.
that's amazing,
And then
dude.
even on that site, they mentioned Donald in a golf course right after they talk about the witch. It's just like, come on now. Like these whole Wikipedia pages are scripted, like so perfectly. Like, come on, what's the chances that you have this Donald Ross golf course character? And then he then even talks about Madonna, and a lot of people would probably say Madonna does witchcraft. I would say.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, so wow.
Because she would, I think she was like openly, like an open Kabbalist practitioner.
Uh huh. I think that goes back to Aleister Crowley as well, because as I showed you, Aleister Crowley wrote the book, the 77 book, and it was called it was one of his shortest books in it, but it had all of his like key points in it. And if you just type in the Aleister Crowley ciphers, you type in his name, Aleister, it equals 77. So I just think it does go back to him as well.
No, for
Um,
sure. Wait, that's one. I saw something weird. Oh, never mind. Ignore me. But yeah, no, it'd probably be a good idea to like look into like the witch trials and stuff, like the Salem witch stuff.
yeah, I know. That's what I need to look into. What did Casey say a while back that equals 1020?
Oh, witchcraft.
Oh yeah, witch and witchcraft. So type
Yeah,
those in just so we
witchcraft.
can
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, witch equals 1020 and type in witchcraft. So that's insane. Wow.
Yeah. That's
Witchcraft
pretty
equals
cool.
Donald Trump, man. Type in Donald Trump. This is insane. So that there you go right there. It's a 3 cipher match. Donald Trump and witchcraft.
Wow. Yeah. And
So I mean, how much more obvious does it need to be, man? Like,
but what do you think it what do you think it's saying though?
yeah, that's the next. Well, first of all, it's the trial, the Salem, the witch trials. Like so.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to figure out is how is it going to play out? It is interesting that Kamala is born 1020 and witch equals 1020 and witchcraft equals 1020. So that's what I'm want. Like I said, I've always thought that Trump and Kamala will somehow have a head-to-head face. So I
Yeah.
just don't know.
There was I, I think I'm kind of thinking about like some weird like Mercury connection with, transportation and like how like the witches would like the I guess the cartoony version of them, like they'd be like riding broomsticks like in the sky.
Hmm.
So I'm trying to think of like some type of like broom symbolism or sweeping or something like that.
Um, yeah, that's another cool fact if people don't know it. But broom and witch are a 4 cipher match, the direct
Oh,
match with
well,
each other. I don't know if people knew or if you knew that. Did you know that, Sean?
I did not know that. Broom and
And
witch.
witch.
Wow. No, I did not. Dude,
Yeah, I mean that's one of the obvious gematria things right there.
that's so on the nose.
Type in Something else equals all those numbers. Type in Irish. The word Irish.
Oh wow.
It's interesting. It's pretty close.
Yeah. Really, I mean, it's extremely close. Oh, it has two. Yeah, it has two. Comments are compared to brooms. Interesting. Broom. What does Kabbalah equal? Did they spell it? Did they spell it wrong? Is it two B's?
I think you spelled Kabbalah equals Kamala. The way you spelled it equal Kamala. Wait, Kabbalah Kamala sounds similar.
Oh, you never. I thought that's like a. I thought you thought about that before because that's like I've heard that a lot. I've heard that a lot from like even on like Instagram people who aren't even into the number stuff. But yeah, I thought you would. I thought you would have thought of that.
Yeah, I guess I just maybe I have heard it before. I just didn't register.
Yeah. Am I spelling it right though? Kabbalah.
No, it's not spelled like
Oh,
that.
oh,
It's
not even close. Cabbalh. Because are you familiar with that Trump, like that Trump is like an admitted Kabbalist? Like, are you familiar with that?
I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know
he
if I.
yeah, in his autobiography or one of his books, he wrote that like he studied from the tree of life. I think you can even find. I can just look it up. Donald Trump, but he like his in Yard Yard Hadini. Dang it, I'm not gonna find it. But no, yeah, he like said in one of his books that um he studied under like a Kabbalist. Yeah, I'll share it another time. But yeah, he has a. There's also a picture of people have found a picture of him like in his office, and there's like a degree right behind like on his wall. That's like I guess like a degree that you get from like graduating from like a Kabbalah academy or something.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, we just proved it too with this ritual right now, how he's connected to witchcraft and stuff. But yeah, what Casey's saying right here about the sweep, that is an interesting thought. Sweep like a broom.
Oh, that's good.
I mean,
They're
I'm
not
not
playing
sure
today.
that
They're
will.
not playing today though, right? They're playing game two
They
tomorrow.
play tonight, yeah.
Oh, they play tonight? Or you mean tonight in your time? Wait, my time? Oh yeah. I'm excited to see what's gonna happen.
But yeah, Casey's saying witches, witches and the sweeping, like the broom.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's just interesting. I'm wondering if this whole ritual is really like. So think about this, right? You have the Celtics, which are the witches, because the Celtics, if you go and you research that connects back to the witchcraft, the Druid, the Celts, the Irish, the Scottish, a lot of like things connected with the witches there, right? So what if the Celtics sweeping the guy who's named Luca Magic? So they're sweeping the magic out, or I don't know, maybe that's kind of what that would be interesting. I don't know if that'll happen. It seems I don't know. It seems that will be pretty hard for that to happen, but it would make sense.
No, that would if that did happen, and because that makes a lot of sense. It makes like a crazy amount of sense. That'd be crazy if that did happen, especially with like how Casey mentioned that it would be on Trump's Pluto return. Like,
Yeah, I mean that's also why I was thinking maybe it
or
does happen.
Trump's birthday. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Maybe that's why it does happen like that. Because that would be like the day, the day that it would be like the best day. The series
Yeah.
can go, what's the day the series can end? I need to look into that. If it goes to a game
You
7,
mean like game 7? Let's see.
yeah. If you just type in the teams, it'll probably show you. Just click the games and it'll show you all the dates.
It would be June.
Oh, it's on the
Oh my god.
23rd. Yeah.
That's when Casey said that's
Well,
Kamal's 97th um Venus
right, that's her
orbital.
97th Venus.
Yeah.
And then one day before this Mexican president's birthday. It could also end on the 17th or the 20th.
That's interesting because that's like that. Well, I guess these two dates, it ties into what Casey mentioned yesterday about the Hajj. Remember how he was comparing like the Hajj, like the pilgrimage around the pyramid. He was comparing that to the Wheel of Fortune and the wheel. It would be from because it was the 6th or the 14th to the 19th, right? So maybe it could be if that would be another crazy thing if it was like game 4 or game 5. If it was game 4, that would be perfect because it would be the first day of that plus what he had mentioned, like Trump's birthday and the Pluto return. Three things. Then it'd be like 3 things. I'm kind of depending on how the game goes today. If they destroy the Mavericks today, then I think there's a good chance that it would be that.
Yeah.
Also, because it would be 4-0, and I've been seeing a lot of 40 symbolism recently. I saw 170 because 173 is a 40th prime, and that remember how you were bringing up the 17 and the 3.
Yeah.
And that's the 40th prime.
Mm-hmm.
So I can kind of see that.
I was gonna say that what was I gonna say? I forgot now. Oh, I was gonna say, look at how all the games are split by 3 days. I've never seen that. Like, go from the first game to today, it was 3 days, right? June 6th to June 9th. And then there's only one spread between the games that's not 3 days, and that's the one that lands on Trump's. So it's almost like they did that just so they could land it on Trump's birthday.
Oh, I know what you mean.
So see
I
how
know
the
that's
first
the
game
thing.
is the first 2 games are 3 days apart, but the
Yeah.
second 2 games are 2 days apart. But look at the fifth and the sixth game; they're 3 days apart again.
Yeah.
And then the sixth and the seventh game are 3 days apart. So all threes except
Dude.
for the one Trump game.
No, you're 100% right. That goes back to the threes too. I'm gonna bring that up again, because Casey was bringing up this like connection with Mercury and 3. Find it here. Oh, no, that's not it. Or that's part of it, but it starts here. Mercury is Hermes, and are Hermes? I don't know how to pronounce that, but this is the Trismegistus. So it's this thing. So that's one thing that's like associated with Hermes and 3, the Trismegistus, and then 3-pointed like, oh yeah, and then like the mandolin. So he that one thing we didn't mention, we kind of overlooked when we were talking about all the 121s yesterday, but the Back to the Future,
Yeah.
with the 121 gigs. You're familiar with that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then the flux capacitor, it's like a 3-pointed, how it's like three pointed, and then
Right.
Back to the Future has so much to do with Mercury because it's like time travel, like, Mercury is the god of transportation. And then I remember seeing in like 7-1, he mentioned how the 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 car of Back to the Future, the doors. Wait, what the heck? Like how this represents Mercury because the wings, like, the wings of Mercury.
Yeah.
And then like the um then going back to this, so he was like emphasizing to me like the importance of number 3 with Mercury, with a bunch of these things. And then we've talked about before how Trump was born, like the Trinity test, Trinity 3, and then Trump was born 333 days after the Trinity test. So it's just like bunch of threes in Mercury.
Yeah, and I this is what I wanted to mention too, that you know how that 333 days is 474 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what connects to, what I was showing about can you keep a secret in the 474 and the unveiling and the massacre that the WWE said is coming. I wonder if they added anything to that. Let me check that. I'm really wanting to see if they add something to that. Because they said they were gonna instructions to come soon.
Hi, Fig.
No, it's still the massacre is the last one.
Well, thanks for tuning in, Fig. Appreciate it. Where are you from, by the way? Ready Player One tomorrow. That is when there's a meeting on the mind's heart and mind combined. It's on. Oh, okay. Braves stayed on 11060 wins. Nats won 5-8. Trump, that's his birth. 641. 641 is interesting to me because Phoenix Rising is 641. Or what is it? Rise of the Phoenix. Phoenix. Okay, something else equals 641. But did you find what you were looking for, Kodi?
I was just checking to see if the WWE's the Kintsugi if it got updated, but it doesn't seem like it did. I'm just wondering, how they gave us a massacre is coming, and a massacre is coming equals 169, and then they gave you the date June 17th, which is the 169 day of the year. Yeah, so I'm still blown away by all that WWE stuff, man. How obvious everything is.
Yeah, and I'm starting to think, okay, I'm thinking with all the stuff that Casey has been sharing with me with the threes, I feel like it could really be pointing to like, you know, the World War III symbolism. And have you noticed how like the WWE kind of has like that World War III symbolism in their name?
Yeah,
Like,
it's almost essentially what it says, with the
yeah.
E.
There's another thing too. Casey shared with me yesterday. I'm gonna try to. It's really interesting with another thing with Trump and three. It has to do with this meeting that he had with Kim Jong Un, and let's see, where do I start? So it was this meeting from Hanoi. Um,
Mm.
so this meeting here, the Hanoi summit, he met with um, Kim Jong Un, and it the hotel. So first of all, this Hebrew letter, the Gimel, this is the third Hebrew letter, and the meeting where they met, the hotel, it looked like it was shaped like a. I'll show you right now. So this was the hotel where they met. Uh, this hotel. See how it looks exactly like the Gimel. You see that? Oh, what happened to Kodi? Oh, Cody's okay. Um, okay, let's go into the chat and see where we're at. Let's start. Hope Cody comes back. Okay, yeah, logo is the Celtics Shamrock for sure. Uh, logo Shamrock, definitely. Another a funny, I guess, observation that I made. Um, so if you guys remember AJ, my friend AJ, that I would do the lives with, he. Let me put the link in case Cody comes back. He's been finding a lot of like McDonald's symbolism with, interestingly, with I guess the current events and stuff, and um just obviously, Ronald McDonald, Donald, um other things. But yeah, he mentioned how, they have like the Shamrock Shake. McDonald's is known for the Shamrock Shake. And there's a lot of magic symbolism going along. There's a lot of magic symbolism like floating around right now. And last week I had a Disneyland trip with my family because they love Disneyland. And um then I noticed Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, like Mick Donald, like McDonald's. And then, like, you guys know, like, magic, Disney magic, um Disneyland, the most magical place, or magic, all the Disney magic stuff. But yeah, I was starting to I remember I noticed that I never put that together. I was like, oh, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, McDonald's. And then Um, yeah, just like there's a lot of weird magic themes, magic symbolism, and especially with what Cody's talking about with like the witch hunts and stuff like that. But hopefully, he comes back. What happened? What else is there? Pretty much Illuminati hard meteor strike. Yeah, that's interesting. Um, green is the color of Venus in the Kabbalah. Okay, that is huge. I just, because going back to all this, that is a huge detail. And yeah, the color of the heart chakra. EK football. What is EK football? What is that? EK football. Is it the European Championship? EK football. Well, yeah, this must be what you're talking about. European Championship, UEFA, June 14th. I think about that more. That's interesting. Oh, Figure Live in Brussels. That's cool. That's crazy. That's just surreal for me to have people from on the other side of the world communicating with me. Yeah, I mean even Cody's. Oh, Cody's backstage. What the heck? Sorry.
Yo, 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 yo,
How long you been back there?
yo, man. That my internet cut out at the worst time, and I had so much to say. Okay, I got to go back through all this now. Just in this like 3 minutes, I had so much to say. All right,
Yeah,
so
I felt like you were on a roll, and then out of nowhere, I was like, what the heck?
so get this, man. So first of all, what this guy's showing us right here. Do you see what the first game is on Trump's birthday, bro?
Um. Oh my.
This is Trump's two heritages.
Oh my god,
Can you believe that?
dude.
What in the heck? What are the chances of that, man? Come on. So
Dude.
Germany, Scotland, Trump's two heritages. He comes from German and Scottish, and now they're playing on his birthday, one day before this clash at the castle in Scotland.
That is wild.
Man, I'm gonna have to add that also to my. This is insane, man. And then look at the second day. The second match is Switzerland, which that's pretty interesting also. Um, man, even Albania is in that. So hold on. So, but what I really want to say too was, so before I dropped off, you were making a connection with Kim Jong Un.
Yeah. Did you get to see because I was talking about
Excuse me.
what Casey was talking about the number 3, how it's associated a lot with Mercury with all this stuff, and then Trump.
Yeah, I saw the Gimel thing. I saw the Gimel
Okay,
thing
okay.
that you were pointing out.
Yeah,
I cut off and then I was trying to reload to get back on, but
yeah. I'll show you that one more time just in case. But yeah, that's like
yeah, but
pretty crazy.
so if you type in Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un Singapore summit.
Just like that.
Yeah, just Google it. Just Google
Oh,
Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump Singapore summit.
the 2018.
Bro. Yeah, bro. Now look at how big this is with the connection I just made with okay, so this is insane because I just made a whole connection earlier with the number 156, World War III, Seattle Slew, and the horse that just won. So look at the date of this, June 12th. Now go to June 12th, 2018, and measure how many days that was after Kim Jong-un's birthday.
Oh shoot, when is his birthday?
January 8th. It's Elvis's birthday.
So from this year? Oh no, 2018.
Now add the day.
Oh.
Do you understand that, man? That is pretty ominous.
With all the World War III stuff.
I mean, but do you understand how this perfectly syncs? Because Kim Jong-un is born on the perfect day to be 156 days, and they had their summit 156 days after his birthday. And now this year is the June 12th date I've been really looking at.
Oh
And
yeah.
now, and it's connected because we just had the 156 Belmont Stakes.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
And we just had, the and not only is 156 important, but the 222. You know how many connections I showed to June 12th and the 222?
Yeah.
I mean, June 12th is 222 weeks exactly after the pandemic declaration. So that itself is big. But then I showed that, it's 222 after George W. Bush's death, George
Yeah, let's just
H.W.
go to
Bush's death.
your posts. It's I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, so
Yeah, you can read it out.
yeah, so as you guys can see, 222 is the Aura Chaos Code. 612 this year is 222 weeks exactly after the coronavirus declaration. It's 2220 days after the Clade X simulation. It's 2022 days after the President H.W. Bush's death date, and of course, June 12th is also his birthday. It's June 12th is 22 months and 2 days after the 222nd day of 2022. That's interesting.
Yeah, no, that's insane. This right here is, I mean, everything else is too, but this one is like on top
Yeah,
of all that.
right. And this is big too. It's 222 days before the next presidential election. That's huge because
Yeah.
that connects to the future too. And again, I said here George Washington was born on 222, and it's 111 days after his birthday, which is half of 222.
It's so
And
weird. I'm still like, well, I'll let you finish the last two, but yeah, just finish the last two.
the King Charles connection, 22 weeks, 2 days before his next birthday. And then this big JFK connection, 22,119 days, which is literally the date he died if you break it up, 22/11/9. And the 22, if you break up the 22,000 and the 11/9 and you just add the 11, the 1 and 9 together, you get 11, which is, you can reduce to 2 if you want. I mean, technically you normally don't reduce the number 11, but still I think it's relevant.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's still weird how like they changed George Washington's birthday. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever like looked into that?
yeah,
It's so weird.
they changed it, but that's what's also interesting is this year, the Super Bowl was on his original birthday. on
Mm.
2/11 was his original
Oh yeah.
birthday. And I'm pretty sure there's a huge connection between the Super because it's exactly 4 months. June 11th is exactly 4 months after the Super Bowl. Um, but but again, guys, connecting with this 156 thing that I just showed. So going with all those other 222s, now you have from Kim Jong Un's birthday to 612 is 222 also. And what's even crazier about this is if you go from this year, the Kim Jong Un's birthday, it's 222.
Wait,
But
from
just the
his,
2024 dates, yeah, 1/8/2024 to June 12th, 2024.
oh, I just want to look at this real quick. Okay. Wait, so to 24? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So it's if you don't add the date, it's 222, right? Because it's a
Yeah.
leap year. So what's crazy about that is how does this tie all the way back to the original thing I made, the connection I made with Seattle Slew, right? Because Seattle Slew is connected to Washington State because it's in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on January 8th, Kim Jong Un's birthday, the Washington Huskies, type in that in Gematria.
The heck?
Washington Huskies, yeah.
Oh,
So
I saw
they
the.
lost. They lost 222 before 612. And again,
Oh, wow.
this is Washington. Seattle slew, kill
Yeah.
Seattle. Washington, the Huskies lose
Yeah.
222 before, and now we just had this guy go down in a plane crash in Seattle near Seattle the other day. Like, I just feel like, man, if this isn't the year for Jurassic's prediction, I don't know what year would be. Because don't forget, it lines up perfectly with Seattle slew. Also, it's the 1977 prime number from the actual day Seattle slew won to the actual June 11th. So I just don't understand. Again, all these connections pointing to these 6/11, 6/12 dates, and it all could actually something could go down tomorrow as well because it's kind of actually the normal June 11th is a leap year would actually be like tomorrow, but
Right.
and tomorrow is the 1006 or the 610. Um, if you write it internationally, it's 10/6, which is like prophecy. 106 is prophecy. So
Wait, so- oh yeah.
but yeah, just going all the stuff is pointing wrestling right now is pointing to June 11th with their characters that they're putting in. Um, Cody Rhodes' dad, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes dies. You know what I really think this is about? I would just be watching the markets in the next few days more than it could be more of a market thing because if you look up today as the last day that Saudi Arabia will will use the US dollar only to trade in their oil.
Oh,
So um, I don't know how you'll be able to look it up. It might be a bit hard to find, but
mm.
uh,
Well, I'll take your. I mean, I know. Yeah.
I'll just
Yeah.
type in Saudi Arabia, a U.S. agreement. Just type in that. Uh, yeah, but I don't remember how I found it earlier. But June 9th is literally the last day because normally there was an agreement between the United States and Saudi Arabia that that all of the oil and all the commodities, the securities would be sold in using the US dollar. But now, as officially of tomorrow, that's over. The US
Wow.
dollar could really be destroyed.
Yeah.
Like so maybe that's what all this Dusty Roads, the American dream is going to die on June 11th. I mean, maybe that's what's gonna. I mean, really, that could be the American dream is like the wealth and the money,
Oh,
right?
okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So really, that would be, in my opinion, the most likely if we're going to get an event. Maybe we get an actual real big event like an earthquake or an attack or something, but like it could just be something under the radar, like a money thing.
Yeah,
So
it's interesting too. Like, I think AJ brought it to my attention, and I think he was talking to Rambo about it. But they were talking about like an oil theme, and like you have the Oilers in the Stanley Cup.
yeah, that's what I was going to mention next, was that this whole thing with the hockey Stanley Cup Finals is definitely referencing the whole thing what's going on right now with Saudi Arabia. Like it's clearly referencing that, because what are the chances the Oilers are in the Stanley Cup now, and now you have this oil deal that's going to be done between so
Yeah, definitely.
and they blew out the Oilers yesterday. The Panthers
And
did. So
and let's see, like how I guess that carries over to the NBA, like with the 9/11 symbolism with the Mavericks, and how that had to do with oil too, or like what that led to in terms of oil.
And let's not forget that the Oilers, in order to get to the Stanley Cup Finals, they had to beat Dallas also.
Right, right.
So, and Edmonton, what's weird about the word Edmonton? It has the mont in it, like mountain. Because whenever you see the MONT word, it's talking about a mountain, like Montgomery or Edmont. So it's like almost like saying an mountain almost.
Oh yeah.
ED is definitely a reference to Trump, I think 4-5 or 5-4.
Oh, okay.
I guess it's more like 54, but Edmonton. I need to look more into that city. I don't know a whole lot about Edmonton, but I'm sure there is something there.
I know there's like the thing in the Bible about the Mount Hermon, like where the fallen angels, something like that. What is it? Fallen angels of
Oh, that's
Mount
a
Hermon.
good connection. The incompletest in the chat. Wow, that's amazing.
Oh,
The missing doctor, he says, has the 67 77s in it all over him. He was found, or it's near the Island Roads. Oh my goodness, this must connect to Kodi Roads then.
which doctor was this?
It's that doctor that's missing. I've seen the news on it, but I don't know all the details about it.
Body found.
Michael Mosley. I'm assuming his gematria must be 77. I guess that's what that guy's saying, which would be crazy.
Yeah. Michael Mosley. Something else
Oh,
had the. Was it? What was it? I saw this 595,666.
I also
Well,
saw that.
then these would be the same too. Then
Yeah, because but this is the same numbers as the guy who just died in the Seattle thing. I
oh
think.
shoot,
What's his name again? William
William.
Andrews.
Yeah. Oh wow.
I mean, come on,
What?
what's the chances of
Dang.
that? So both these guys are in the news, like right next to each other, and they have pretty much matching gematria, man.
Jeez, what the?
Yeah, I need to look more into this doctor now then, because I don't know anything about this guy. I don't even know what he's famous for. Does he even have a Wikipedia page? This Michael Mosley? I'm assuming he does.
He was a TV doctor. Like he was an actor or what? He was born on three. Oh yeah, that's what they were saying. He was born on 3/22.
He's born in India, bro.
Oh what?
It says he died, actually, yeah. So,
Oh man. Okay, what were we looking? We were looking at something that, and I saw 1957 as a gematria value, and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna get back to it, but I'm gonna let you finish. It had to do with, oh man, what was it? It was really important because it had to do with like something assassination related. Uh, because, well, I'll show you why it's important. So, the 1957th prime is this number, and this is the exact amount of days.
all right, this is the Kobe Bryant, or no, JFK.
Okay, yeah. Exact amount of days that he was from his birth to his death.
Well, then that probably somehow connects to this then, because there's been a lot of JFK symbolism lately.
Yeah. Oh man, I saw it was like in standard 1957. I'll just go back and find
Oh
it
my
later.
gosh, type in the full name of that Michael Mosley. Gosh, of course he has the same gematria.
Hugh, oh, with the hue.
Mm-hmm. Once again, I keep saying this number's the big number right now.
Let me guess, 77. Wow.
It's in the same cipher as the other ones too, as the witch's stone and the guilty verdict and
Oh, that's what it was. It was guilty verdict. 1957.
oh wow, that's interesting. Because Trump got his guilty verdict like essentially on the JFK's birthday, like pretty
Yeah,
much
well, yeah, exactly. It was the
within
day.
one day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the trial was the day of his birthday, and then they announced it the next day, right?
Yeah. But Michael Hugh Mosley, oh my goodness. So this is really connected to Cody Rhodes because again, like that guy said, apparently this is happening near the island of Rhodes. And if you look at Michael Hugh Mosley's gematria,
With the whole name.
yeah, his whole name. And then you can like add that to your list and then type in Great American Eclipse.
Oh wow.
So it has that 184. And that was a huge number with the eclipse. And then Cody Rhodes he had that thing called Becoming Cody Rhodes. And if you type Becoming Cody Rhodes, he had that show called Becoming Cody Rhodes.
Wow.
And again, if this is true, if this is really near the island of Rhodes, it makes all the sense.
The 302. Interesting.
Yeah, I need to look more into this guy, man.
That's weird. It says 2 different places for his birth. I don't know if because this says Calcutta, India, and then the other one said oh, maybe it's I don't know.
Yeah, this guy's right. This guy, he died in Semi, which is part of the Rhodes regional unit of Greece.
Who mentioned that?
Whoever was in the chat, but you can just look it up. If you look up the place of his death, it's literally just next to the Rhodes Island.
Oh yeah. Give me one more second again. I can still hear you though. But
Okay. But also, if you type in the name of the place that this guy died, Semi, or whatever, however you say that, it equals a woman. So that's interesting. It equals twin. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Huh. And all 4 ciphers, it equals twin. So when he comes back, guys, sorry I can't show you anything, but when he comes back, that definitely has to do with the whole Mercury Gemini thing.
what am I typing in again?
The name of his death place.
Simi?
Yeah. Now type in twin.
Oh wow. Oh my god.
Now type in woman too, because it's interesting that woman also has this gematria.
That is really interesting.
So he dies there, and we're in Gemini. So
Yeah. Wait, so he went missing on 6/7? That's what they're saying?
yeah, well, I don't know, because the place I'm seeing, it says he died on June 5th. So
June 5th. Well, oh, or maybe
but it'd be crazy if they ended up listing him as dying on 6/6.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, how many
It
days
could have
after
been
his
based on the time zone, maybe too. It could have been.
right? Yeah, probably actually. Let's see. Hold on. Oh wow. So if he died on June 6th, if he died on June 6th, it would be 77 days after his birthday.
Oh my gosh. When's his birthday?
322.
Oh yeah, done. Oh my god.
Speaking of that 66, if you go to the date June 16th, I think, and look at the date numerology.
Oh yeah.
Now look at the date numerology. It's 66 and 21, and the two like most prominent ones. Now look at the gematria of woman and twin.
Oh wow, that's big. 616.
And so 616, it has the gematria that matches twin. So I'm wondering.
Okay, this is something I haven't asked you yet, but do you think that it could also like this stuff that you've been finding with like first female president and all this stuff? Like, do you think it could be pointing to like if Trump appoints a female vice president and then that whole thing happens to him instead of it happening to Biden, and then like whoever his vice president takes
I mean,
over?
it could. But it seems very.
Oh, true spirit. This is good. This is a good connection. See me symmetrical twin.
Yeah, that's a good one. But I mean, with the whole thing, the only thing that makes me think of that, like, first of all the connections I've seen with Kamala, but just the Gerald Ford thing, that's the biggest thing because, you know,
Yeah,
oh
true.
no, just the Herbert Hoover thing, because the Herbert Hoover and the how Gerald Ford gave that speech in the Herbert Hoover Library, and she just happens to be born on Herbert Hoover's birthday. But
Yeah.
it is possible, it's always possible, and it would be interesting. I mean, but we're gonna have to see who Trump's gonna select as the um as his running mate.
And because then if Trump ends up winning, he'll be the 47th, and then if that happens to him, and then if he has a female vice president, she would become the 48th, and that would actually tie into the eclipse because like the woman is symbolize the moon is synonymous with the woman, and that was like the woman taking the place of like the moon over the sun, or the moon
Yeah.
blocking the sun, I guess. And then that was on 4/8. Um, so that maybe the 48th president will be the woman or something.
Well, personally, I think they told us. In my opinion, personally, I think that I don't know if it was they, but I think that we got the clue for that, for something, with the record-breaking score of Caitlin Clark, because I
Oh
told
yeah,
you,
yeah,
remember when she broke the record, it was all about the 46, 47, 48,
yeah.
and the points, that she was scoring. I think that they told us a narrative in that somebody is going to be the 47th president. Personally, again, I think I've told you this before, but I think the most logical way for this to go at this point is Trump. There's two ways, maybe. Trump either gets the election stolen from him, and then and Kamala takes over. So Biden wins, and but then um, Biden dies sometime between the election and the inauguration, and then automatically that means Kamala Harris gets inaugurated. Um, or Trump wins the election, which at this point looks more likely because all the polls show him winning right now. And Trump wins, and then Biden dies in between that time, between the election and the inauguration, and Kamala takes
Um,
over. Kamala takes over and becomes 47, but Trump was actually elected 47. Do you see what I mean? So both of them technically would have a claim to the 47th president.
yeah, that would be really interesting.
Because think about it, Trump, he's elected as the 47th, but Kamala takes over as the 47th.
And I thought about the 97 connection with with the 97 being the 25th prime, the 25th amendment.
Ah, yeah. Uh-huh.
Let's look that
Great.
up.
Yeah. Good connection.
Yeah, seven's done a lot on the 25th amendment. I don't know about a whole lot, but I just remember
Wait, that's
when.
that's crazy too, because that's all about the death of the president. And 97 is the death number. Brotherhood of Death 97, Death 97, 25, Death equals 25.
That could be it. Be it.
And if you go into the Chaldean cipher, or again, and you type in Venus and death date equals 25 in the same cipher. I think
Venus?
that's what Venus equals 25 in Chaldean, death date. Or maybe it wasn't death date. Death day? Is it death day?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to what I was saying, like is Kamala going to get elected? Well, first of all, remember how I showed you that video where Trump said that's what also makes me think Kamala. That pretty much gave me. Do you remember that video where Trump was at his campaign and he said, "Wouldn't that be something?"
Oh yeah. Yeah, the one that you decoded, right?
Yeah, because he said
Yeah,
he
yeah, I
was
remember
even
that.
talking about Kamala. He said,
Yeah.
"Wouldn't that be something if Kamala gets to become president? Wouldn't that be something?"
Oh yeah, yeah, I totally remember
And
that.
that equals first woman president.
Oh, let me try to pull that up.
That was a while back, but I don't know. I don't know how far back that was.
Well, you don't post too much stuff in your community. Is it?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah. You can't see the gematria of wouldn't that be something, but it's also a match.
You can see it.
Oh yeah, there it is. I mean, come on now. I think that was that made me even more confident about Kamala.
Yeah. But then again, this could still wait. Idea. But now I'm almost thinking that could be like a decoy because that just almost seems like too. Doesn't that seems too obvious? Or I mean, because there's still a lot of good arguments for that to be the case, but it's almost like you could see this as being a decoy where it's like that.
I mean, it
Like
could be.
Kamala could be like the representation of what would happen if Trump were to become president and then happen to him instead. Maybe because it's like I feel like if that were to happen, then people would be like, "Oh, see, like Trump, he called it, and
Yeah,
then it
but
would just
that's the thing with Trump though is like he's been known for calling things, and I think they kind of
yeah,
want him to look like that kind of person.
yeah,
Like even he said how World War III would happen if he wasn't president, and like yeah, he's been kind of shown as being this. I mean, you could be right. I mean, I've always thought of that too, but again, if you think about it, though, I think it's pretty obvious to most, even the normal people, that Biden's health is not good, and that that Kamala could very well be president. It's just like I think the drama of how it all unfolds is what's going to make it even more crazy. I think because again, Kamala's been coming out and slamming Trump, and mainly on the abortion issues,
well,
and
because what's really interesting is like because I've been seeing kind of like both angles because my family they're not into like the stuff that like I'm into, but they're like more into like I guess like the conspiracy theory rumors or whatever that like basically like the people on that side who aren't like where we're at right now, they've been like thinking for a long time that since Biden became president, like their whole like mentality was like they did this whole thing just to get Kamala to become president. And they were gonna like figure out a way to like oh like because um yeah, like that's literally what they say. They're like, yeah, like Biden, they're gonna like have Biden die, and then so Kamala become president. And they've been saying this since like the beginning. So that I think it's tricky because it both sides could be seen as like obvious from my perspective, because I see both angles, because I see that, like, you know, the people who are really into politics, that's what they're expecting is going to happen, and then the people on like the conspiracy side, um they're seeing all like the stuff with like the Donald Trump uh, assassination predictive programming stuff, which is so like I it's totally valid because there's so much of it, and with the numbers and just in the media and stuff in the movies. And um like for me, like I feel like if either one of those things happened, it would be like it would be almost obvious. So I feel like it could be either one, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I think that somehow it's going to be a mixture of both. Like I feel like there's going to be like a drama that plays out. Like it's just going to be very hectic. Like I just see that there's no way this doesn't turn into some sort of like craziness, to be honest. Like it probably going to not go the way anyone's expecting. If I'm used to seeing how these things happen, they usually do not go exactly how we expect them. There's usually like a variation, like it's almost like it'll probably happen similarly to what we think, or what might happen, what people are thinking on either side, but it might just be a little bit different.
Yeah,
But
so where
but
like you can reverse engineer it, like whatever happens, we'll be able to reverse engineer it and be like, oh, that's what they were saying the whole time.
yeah,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
but like the biggest thing with that is I mean, the biggest thing with Kamala is I feel like in a way symbolically the woman has to come before Trump in a way, because I think Trump represents the birth of Christ in this aspect. I'm not saying he's Christ, of course, but I'm saying that
Mm-hmm.
um, the
I know what you mean.
woman the woman
Yeah,
needs to be before him so that the Christ is ushered in, right?
yeah,
The
yeah, that makes sense.
Antichrist.
That makes sense.
So
Like,
like that's the only reason I've always thought, maybe that's what they do. And how are they going to, because in this video, Trump says they're going to steal the election from me, and Kamala will be president. That's literally what he says here. Everyone should watch this video because it's pretty obvious. But um, if that's what happens, but really, everything that Trump has said so far has really come true, and with the way that they've gone after him and the way that he's been, you know, yeah, it's just kind of like it'll be the reality is, I mean, I'm not so stuck on what happens. I don't have to be right or anything. I'm just saying it's going to either way going to be so interesting to see how it actually happens, like what actually happens.
yeah, and maybe like I think another thing that could validate your point is, um, like they've really created these characters of like Biden and Kamala to be like people that no one can take seriously, and it's like it almost it seems like if they were like really like respected people or whatever, it would be really hard for like, you know, Trump or someone to take to get the approval to like beat them, or like people would want them to be president over them. So it almost seems like the only way that that could really take place if it was like a like a tragic event or something that like caused that shift. Because otherwise, like if they really were like just like normal people, like they were just presented as normal people, then they would just keep them in office, and it would be like hard to even get people to be even on Trump's side. But it's like
Yeah,
they're like paying them as these people where it's like so easy for them to just be taken over, and like there really is only one way that um I guess um they would be able to. I don't know. I think I lost my train of thought.
but the thing is this is that Kamala was actually pretty respected when she was a well-spoken person before she got in the presidency, and then they
Well, they
pretty
both
much
were.
made.
They both kind of were. Like I remember, like even Biden. I remember when he won, there was. I remember people like. I mean, from my like old circle of friends, they were like, "Oh, Biden, like that was a speech. Like that was an inauguration speech right there. Yeah." And like maybe like they could have maybe they like started off that way, but what was your um finish your thought on that?
Well, like you just said, pretty much is that since all these people have pretty much since the 2021 election, all three of them have been deteriorated, their characters. So Trump, Biden, and Kamala, all three of them have been in one way or another, all three of them have been, turned into not so good candidates. So that's why, you know, I feel like that was on purpose. So now people don't even really want any of these candidates. No one wants any. I mean, obviously people want Trump, but do people really want Trump, or they just want somebody that's not Biden? So like I feel like the majority of normal people, they don't really want any of these candidates except for like the really hard Trumpsters, like the really hard
Mhm.
MAGA people, but like most of the people don't want any of them, you know. So
Well, all the stuff with them like trying to find him guilty and like putting him on trial, all this stuff, like I think that actually is working for a lot. Like it's working to trick a lot of people because they really are like, oh, see, like they want him. He must he must be like legit because they're trying so hard to like take him down and they can't.
yeah,
And people are
very
really like eating that up.
yeah, that's very true. Um, yeah, that's a good point. I think that is probably really the point of the whole thing. Because if they're going to have Trump, see, my question is, are they going to actually even expose the whole election process in this? Is there going to be like a revealing that the elections are rigged? Because if everyone starts getting behind Trump and it's clearly seen that he should win, and then all of a sudden it happens again where he doesn't win, when it's clearly looking like he should,
Mm.
and then
Oh,
some.
that makes sense. And then like if they yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That'd be really interesting because they could probably get almost everyone to be like on his side, at least supportive of him. And maybe by the time it gets to the election, they could like really destroy like Biden's like character assassinate him so much to the point where it's like it would almost seem like impossible for him to win. And then if he were to win, then everyone would be like, okay, that makes no sense.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's the other thing. I think they want to bring in digital currency voting ballots. I think they want to put the next, if there's going to be another elections, I think they want it to be on the blockchain. So it can't be. It'll be kind of a way for the digital world to go. You know, like there'll be no more mail-in ballots or like physical ballots. It'll all be digital. And I think if Trump ends up winning or whatever ends up happening, I think they want to push it that direction as well. So I don't know how that'll play out, but that's one thing I see coming for sure is that because after the last election, Elon Musk even came out and said something about going digital ballots or something like that. Like I don't remember exactly what it was, but I think that's definitely a way it's going. So
Yeah, I know what you mean, like some type of big shift.
because with cryptocurrency, if you don't really know a lot about it, because I know a lot about cryptocurrency because I've been dealing with it for a while, but like on a blockchain, technically you can see every transaction, you can see everything can be verified. So if everything was done through a blockchain on all the whole election was done, and technically you could have everyone voting from their own phones from a blockchain. They wouldn't even need to go somewhere. Like you would
Yeah.
just be like logging into your account that the government gives you, and you just vote through the blockchain and automatically tallies you. And you they would make people think, oh, there's no way they can cheat this next election now. Like there's no way they can rig it. For sure, we know that there can't be any mail-in ballots or extra ballots that aren't counted, because immediately as soon as these people click their vote on their phones and on the blockchain, it immediately would register it. There'd be no way to, there'd be no way to cheat. Or, I mean, of course, I think it would still be rigged somehow, but I mean, I think that it would make people feel more like, yeah, now we have a system that can't be rigged. Like now we have a legitimate thing. Because I think right now they already tried to make people question the legitimacy of the last election, like question if things were really rigged or not. So I think they might want to keep pushing that more and more. Right. And ultimately they want everything digital at some point. So that's kind of why I think it's going. And even all your paperwork, like everything that you own that's on a piece of paper, like all of your house paperwork, your deeds, your loans, your school paperwork that you graduated, your diploma. I think they want all that digital. Like everything's going to be on a digital ledger.
Mm-hmm.
And even houses, like you'll be able to own parts of houses. And I've seen this many times in the blockchain space, where instead of buying a whole house, you can just buy a share of a house or buy a share of a car. So the blockchain will allow 4 different people to buy a share of a house instantly, and there'll be no paperwork, no physical paperwork to trade back and forth. It will all be on the digital ledger. It'll all be paperwork on there. And and even cars, that they've even shown that they want eventually in the future, and when people buy their car, they don't even want people owning their cars. They want it all to be kind of a shared thing. So it's really interesting how that could go. I think that will definitely be by 2030. I think that is the agenda, 2030. Like by that time, everything will be somehow digital, unless we do have a world cataclysm where everything just gets destroyed anyways. But I mean, I think from what I've seen, that's where they would want to go with it.
Yeah. That makes me think into like the work that Seven's doing with like really studying the law and stuff, and like, because I kind of feel like what if it's like the opposite, like what if it's like, because we're basically living in the illusion that we really do have like full control over everything, right? But we really kind of don't, like with like when you think about like everything you need with like permits and taxes and like all this stuff, like we really are like in a system where we're kind of limited by all that stuff. You know what I mean? But it doesn't seem like it. It seems like we have full control. Like it seems like we're, you know what I mean? Like they just based on like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know what you mean, but like in a perfect world, like in a world where you don't have leaders, and in a world that seems to be completely controlled by people who just are controllers, right? In a world where people are honest and the people that lead you are fair and honest and good people, I think that in a way the whole digital currency thing is actually a great idea. If it's
Like
used
it can
by
be like it can be if it was used correctly, right?
Yeah, and that's the whole idea of why they got people behind Bitcoin to begin with, because really it's a good idea. It's a very good idea, but the problem
Right.
is that for me and for us, especially knowing what we know about this, how the world is, codes, it doesn't seem like anything is free from this corruption, and obviously Bitcoin isn't either. I mean, Bitcoin is just as rigged as the rest of the markets and everything. So it's not free like people think it is. It's an illusion. So, and I think it's always been that way, even before digital. I mean, even before that, in just in the age before that, like that we're coming out of, it was all people thought. I think more and more over time, though, it's become less and less free, you know. But at the end of the
Mhm.
day, I think it's really just this reality is coded overall, and I don't think there's any escaping the destiny of where we're going. So I think that whatever that is, that I don't know if there really is any escaping it. Like I
Yeah,
think
because
it's
I,
just
I because I feel like I always think about the people from like the older generations who maybe they were like us back then, even before like it would have had to been before like even 9/11. Like I really wonder if there were conspiracy theorists like before that, like or what
definitely,
how like
definitely.
that would have came about. But um like I wonder what people like maybe like us from back then what they thought when they started talking about like oh like credit cards and debit cards and bank account like internet and all that stuff. Because I know that there were people who were thinking that that was it. You know what I mean?
Uh, yeah,
And and they could have been like living during that time where like they're like, I'm telling you, this is it. And it's like obviously at the rate it's going, like that definitely could have been a catalyst or like a step towards it. But it's like maybe it's going in that direction, but who knows? Like what if it's really a lot farther away than we think it is? Like what if like that digital system is to us what the credit card was to the people like a little bit older than us. And
right.
that's
Yeah,
just like the digital system is just like the step to like but like what if they just keep what if they use that to their advantage? What if they use like they know that there are people who are awake and they know that like they know the direction where that everything's going and they can use that to their advantage, but they keep pushing it further and further and to no end. You know what I mean? Like just using like just the just the motion of pushing it forward as their advantage and like always pushing it a little bit further, further, further. So like people like us see that it's getting like pushed towards that direction, but never to an end. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, that's because I don't think anything does really. Everything is just like cyclical, you know. So these same things are just repeating, just in different variations, you know. So like what you just mentioned in the past, you know, it the thing with credit cards and banks back then, people didn't want any of that stuff. It was new. It was like digital currency today. So um and now that's just the norm. So it's just a cycle, and soon maybe one day digital currency will be the norm, and then there'll be something else that's even more forward, and who knows what that will even be. Like who knows what's even after digital currency, what's next. um but if there's going to be keep repeating these cyclical things, then you know, I think, yeah, I mean, you're right. I think it's just a cyclical thing. It just things repeat. It's like in the Bible, it says, the book of Ecclesiastes, it says there's nothing new under the sun.
Under the sun, yeah.
So I mean, it technically everything is just a repeating, a recycling, just in a different variations. So
But with
like,
your with your knowledge of yeah, coffee girl, that's what I mean. Exactly. Using it as a fear tactic. Exactly. But um with your knowledge of like cryptocurrency, what are like the the benefits of it that like because I know that there's people there's people that I listen to who are fully aware of like the Bible, New World Order, and stuff, but they are really trusting in cryptocurrency. Like they feel like what it has to offer is like not like it's um like there's nothing to fear about it because of I guess the way it works. And I don't know anything about that, but do you have like does that ring a
mm,
bell to you at all?
I mean, just the way that I use it, just me personally, it's such a, I don't even need a bank, you know, like really don't need a bank. I mean, if they would just not have all the laws and stuff and just give people complete freedom over their money, it would be an amazing system. Like you can move your money around to different coins and use it in so many different ways, and you can make returns off of it. You can make interest off of it. You can like right now, some of the money I have in crypto is being staked, which means I stake the coins into the blockchain, and I get rewards for that. So being part of the blockchain, being part of the system, I earn interest. And in fact, right now I earn 20% interest just for having my money on one of my coins. On one of my coins I own, and there's many coins where you can do this, but the one I found is the best right now. I make 20% just for owning the coin and staking it.
Wow.
So just think about that. If you have, like if you have like 1,000 in and you make 20% a year on that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and if if you're a rich person and you really want to go all in, and I mean, I honestly just I think there's people that have a lot of money in some of these currencies, and they just make a living, literally a living off of just staking their money.
Wow.
So because if you're rich and you have enough, I'm not rich enough to do that, but if I had $10,000 or even 20,000 and I wanted to make 20% return, think about how much money you'd make a month if you had 20,000 on a coin, even if the coin is going up or down, because obviously you have the risk of the coin going up and down in price, right? But if you invested in at a low price, which you should always do, if you invested in at the low part of the cycle, technically you shouldn't lose more money than you should be gaining. So like for instance, right now, the coin I'm staking right now, I don't think it's going to actually go much lower than it already has, because we've already hit the lows of the cycle. So I feel pretty safe in saying, oh, it may go up and down a bit, but ultimately, if I'm staking it, I'm also making profit back. And then not only are you making money, but when that coin goes up, now the money that you compound, it's a compound. So every day I get rewards in the cryptocurrency that I'm staking in. I get those coins in return. I get those back, I get more of them.
Mhm.
And then eventually when the price of that coin does go up, not only does the price of the coins I originally had go up in value, but the coins that I earned as part of my rewards, now they go up. So not only do you make money, not only do you make interest, but that interest money that you make could also go up 10x one day when that coin goes up, you know? So
Right.
you have and there's other ways you can make money too, and there's other things you can do with crypto. I mean, it really is so interesting. And crypto is somewhere where you can play around with so many different things, so many different coins and blockchains, but I think the best thing about it is just if the governments weren't so governments and had control of everything, it would be such a free place. You can play games with your cryptocurrency. You can earn rewards by playing games. There's even a cryptocurrency where you can literally watch YouTube videos and make money.
Oh,
Um,
damn.
you don't even have to like watch it. You can just turn the YouTube video on, let it play all the way through, and then you make a certain amount of money. I know people that are doing that are also making decent money. Of course, you have to invest up front. You have to invest a bit of money, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there's a lot of different opportunities. Um, and I can't even go through them all, but like I just keep it simple though, because I don't have so much money in it. So it's like I just invest and wait for it to go up. But I mean, there's other things you can do with it. So
Yeah. What was the thing called where it was kind of big like last year or maybe 2 years ago where you can like buy shares of like a digital photo like portrait or something?
yeah, that's a big thing in crypto. You can buy art. You can buy shares of artwork.
What was that
So
called again though?
I don't know. There's been a bunch of different ones that do that. not sure which one specifically you're talking about, but um,
There was like a specific word. No. I don't want to waste time looking for it, but
yeah, I'm gonna get off here. I think
we're gonna.
because it's already what time is it? It's already past 1 a.m. So
Did you get to share everything that you wanted to share today? Is there anything you wanted to share like last minute?
I think I touched on everything. The big one I wanted to share was the one you got up right there. I need to make a whole video about that. I mean, I just need to remember to put all this together now. The witchcraft stuff, the Trump witch hunt, the Celtic stuff, and even this whole thing we just found out about the first Europe game is between Germany and Scotland. I mean, this is so obvious, like so obvious. And yeah, but I think that was the main thing I wanted to share. I hope people got a chance to see. I also want to do a video about the horse, how the horse is connected to the Seattle Slew and the World War III stuff. So
Yeah,
I
man.
mean,
You
yeah,
definitely should.
I think I came out of this video at least with some more videos to make for the next few days. So
Yeah. Thanks to everybody that was sharing stuff. Like every time you guys do that, it helps us so much.
yeah, and thanks everyone in the chat also for stopping into my channel and also Sean's channel. So we appreciate everyone.
Dang. So all right. Right now your time is was it like 2?
That's like 1:11, I think, or one.
Dang. Oh, 1:13. Dang.
Yeah,
So we got like 2 days, 2 days, 3 days for these the 611, 612. So I don't know.
yeah,
I
man.
don't know what to expect them.
I'm not getting my hopes up for anything, but I'm definitely watching. I'll be watching these days even more than I was watching the eclipse days because these are the days I always thought was going to be big. I thought the eclipse was always going to be because everyone and their mother was looking at the eclipse by the end of it. So not everyone's really looking at these dates though. I mean,
Oh, I know.
everyone.
There's like TikTok videos, like everything.
No, I mean, no one's really talking about 611, 612 other than me and Jurassic. I don't really know anyone else really talking that much about it, you know?
Yeah.
So, and I'm only talking about it because of Jurassic. But Jurassic has shown many times, and I think what he's shown has been improved this year with just everything that's going on. So I think maybe this really is the year of his predictions for something happening on this date, and it would be crazy if it does because Jurassic, I think, like I said, he's shown much over the years that points to this. So I think it's definitely I'm going to have my eyes on these days more than I did the eclipse because I didn't, like I told you before the eclipse, I told you I didn't think anything really big was going to happen. I think it was going to disappoint a lot of people because the majority of people were looking at the eclipse, but I was always looking for the days after the eclipses, like, so,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
reminds me, I never even looked to see how many days after, or maybe I did look, but 4/8 eclipse to June 11th is, what is that? Oh, it's 66 days to June 12th. Huh.
Oh.
That could be interesting. You know what's interesting? It's 65 days. It could be 65 or 66 days. And 65 was a big number I talked about with the eclipse because Great American Eclipse equals 65. And the Great American Eclipse, it happened 65 years, 65 days after the day the music died. I did a whole video about that. It was like,
Oh, yeah, that's right. I do remember that video. I do.
So interesting that it's 65 days after the Great American Eclipse. Great American Eclipse equals 65 in
Oh, I
Chaldean.
remember you had a 345 in your last video.
Mm-hmm.
This is from the
Yeah.
Corpus Christi
Yeah.
eclipse.
3:45 is the President Kamala Harris, and don't and the big 3:45 is the president is inaugurated on the day leaving 3:45 days in the year. So
Oh, oh yeah, yeah.
that number is hugely. That
And
number
this is
is
like,
huge. The 243. Yeah. Interesting. Well, I mean that's huge because that's the Venus thing, and then that's also Central Intelligence Agency.
yeah. What was okay? Before you leave, I just want to I want to see how old Kobe Bryant's gonna be when LA turns 243 years old. I keep forgetting Ellie's birthday. Los Angeles.
So wasn't it like 9/4?
Yeah. Let's see. From 9 4. What the heck? Well, this is just. I mean, this is just big for me because remember that 242 all that 242 stuff that I had to do with the Corona earthquake.
Yeah.
Because remember again, 242. Just I'm not gonna go through the whole thing too much, but yeah. So 2:42 p.m. is 14 hours 42 minutes into the day, and then Revelation 9:11 is the ordinal value. Click. It in a nutshell, equals 1442 in ordinal. Yeah, Revelation 9:11, and then Revelation 9:11 is the 154th verse of Revelation, and then the earthquake happened at 1 hour 54 minutes into my live stream. So
Yeah.
I always look at the 242, and then I think it's like our names or something. Or no, I think it's our handles on this side and decoding the Kodis. Or maybe it was our names. Maybe it's our names. Yeah, 242.
Yeah, that's interesting. 242 is the blackout is commencing also. So
Oh yeah. Wait, with the or just black?
the
The
blackout is commencing.
oh wow, crazy.
That was
Yeah,
connected with
so we still got to keep our eyes out for that too.
the
The
242
blackout.
was the
Oh, what? Sorry, what were you saying?
yeah, the 9/4 thing was or the 242 thing was big with the Eagles, the Eagles released that. Yeah, he's saying 9/4 is Beyonce's birthday.
Oh shoot.
I talked about that in my shot heard around the world video, I think.
Oh yeah, I am.
Or
That
my
goes back.
text.
That goes back. Sorry, I don't want to keep you too long, but that goes back to the whole thing with the 255. Because remember how like I broke that down with the how like 3517 is the 900 the 491st prime, and then that is the 94th prime.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Queen B, Queen could be something there.
Yep.
But how old is she turning? Do you know she's turning? Okay, sorry, I'll let you go. Kind of, you sound tired.
Yeah,
But
I gotta go
yeah,
because.
yeah, no problem.
But yeah, thanks for having me on, bro. And I'll message you in the morning. And um, yeah, so yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, man. I always enjoy it. So
Yeah, let me know. Like if you're gonna let me know when you are gonna do another live stream. Because I could definitely like schedule time around that. You know, I could bring my laptop.
I have a feeling it's not going to be until Tuesday now because since I'm doing this stream tonight, I'm probably not going to do one tomorrow. So I'm probably just going to do one on Tuesday.
Okay.
I might
Yeah,
just
maybe
release
I
a
could
video.
maybe I mean, I don't know if how much time you have, and if I could just bring my stuff just in case like you want me to join or whatever. But I could like um I could definitely try to like do my lunch around that time, and then maybe I
Yeah.
could
Okay.
at least watch like if you even if you're not trying to have anyone join, I could at least use my lunch to watch your live stream.
Yeah, I mean, I might do. I mean, a bit of. I don't even know what I'm gonna do yet, necessarily, but I mean, I guess that'll be on June 11th, won't it be? So, I
Oh,
mean,
you're right.
yeah. So I don't know what I'll do, but I didn't have a chance to bring Jurassic on. I wanted to bring him on one of the lives, but I just ran out of time. Um, but yeah, so
Dude, that would have been really good for at least before June 11th. But
yeah, yeah, I'll let you know, man. So
okay. Well, thanks again for your time. Have a good night.
yeah, you too, and good night to you, and good night to everyone in the chat. Much love to everyone there. I'll
Yeah.
see you guys later.
I'm gonna stay on it for a little bit longer if anyone wants to hang out. But yeah, I'll talk to you later, Cody.
Yep. See you, brother.
See you, man.
Take care.
What's up, everyone? Um Fig, it looks like you're still up. What can we talk about? What do you guys want to talk about? I'm gonna put the link if anyone feels spontaneous and wants to hop on, but if not, no worries. But yeah, I'm gonna stay on for a little bit longer. I have interesting things to share. If you guys are interested in hearing about some of my synchronicities. So what do I want to share? People's name. So there's something I've been wanting to share about like my job, and it's probably would not be seen as a good idea to most people because it's like doxing myself. But it's so hard just because it's like it's so crazy, and I just don't feel like I want to hold it in. But I'm not really too worried because I just feel like the people who I don't think my platform is really big enough to where it could really fall into the wrong hands anyways. I feel like the only people who really watch my stuff are the people who support me, and like the people who I know are good, authentic people. So I don't know if people watched when I talked about my experience on May 25th when I was gonna take the train to San Diego, and I was gonna take the trip. I was gonna take the train on May 25, and this was shortly after the member from Train, or the founder of Train, died. Charlie Cullen, he died on May 23rd, and I was gonna be taking the train on May 25th to San Diego, and I thought it was really like um, San Diego is kind of interesting just for me because it's my initials, SD, and but what caught my attention was he died at the age of 58, and um Super Bowl 58 that's where I watched the Super Bowl in San Diego with the same friends I was gonna go visit that weekend on 525. And it was really weird because from that Super Bowl 58, to the day I was gonna leave to go to San Diego was 104 days, and this Super Bowl ended the 104th NFL season. So another thing, I was like, what are the odds of that? And then it was also a span of exactly 15 weeks. And the person who was like the MVP was Patrick Mahomes, who was number 15. Right? Number 15. So two things that were like, I was like, whoa, that's weird. And then what else was really weird? Oh, so all the train stuff has, I feel like it's so impactful to me because the day that I had like just everything really like changed for me when I learned about like synchronicities like in my own life was the Ohio train derailment, because this was the day that this happened. So they were calling this the Chernobyl of the Midwest. Chernobyl, yeah, see, like Chernobyl 2.0. And on the day that this happened, on Instagram, I reached 1,377 followers. And that blew me away because I was looking up Revelation 8:11 for a long time, or a decent amount of time before this happened. And wormwood, the Ukrainian word for wormwood is Chernobyl, like Chernobyl 2.0. And if you don't know what the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, so again, Chernobyl means wormwood in Ukrainian, and when you go from the Chernobyl nuclear disaster to the day I was supposed to leave, it was 457 months. So that's the 88th prime. It's the 88th prime, and the 8th prime is 19. So it's like 1919, right? Like 88 1919. So what was weird about from the Chernobyl nuclear disaster to the Ohio train derailment, that was 19 weeks, like 19 weeks from the Chernobyl nuclear disaster to Chernobyl nuclear disaster to the Ohio train derailment, 19 weeks, 8 and 8. And then from Chernobyl to the day I was going to go on the train to San Diego was a span of 457 months exactly. And not to mention, you guys know I'm really like, I have a lot of synchronicities with earthquakes, and earthquake equals 457. It's a big earthquake number. So I was literally like I told like Kodi and Casey, I was like, oh, it's kind of sketchy, you know. And then there was another thing about it was that, Train founding member, they were known for the song Drops of Jupiter. Drops of Jupiter. Train, Drops of Jupiter. And around the same time, there was an actual transportation incident, which was the Singapore airline incident. Singapore airline turbulence incident caused like a bunch of injuries on this airline just because of the turbulence in Singapore. And when you look at the air, it was one dead, 71 injured. This was like 2 days before the train member died. And you can see when you look at the so it was flight SQ321, and this connects to Jupiter, the 321, because when you type in Jupiter, it equals 321 right here. So Jupiter equals 321, and then this was flight SQ321. So there was a train member died. I was gonna take the train to San Diego, and they were known for Drops of Jupiter. And then this incident happened, an actual like incident where people got injured in this like transportation incident. And 321 flight 321 and Jupiter equals 321. So there's just so many signs that, and then like I told you, it was 104 days after Super Bowl 58, and then the guy from Train, he died at age 58. So I was like, oh my god, like what the heck? What's like, and they, I just put it out there. I was like, hopefully nothing bad happens, but if it does, we have this documented. So just, and luckily, obviously, I made it there and back in one piece. Nothing happened. But what was weird was that while I was there, remember I went to San Diego. This is when Bill Walton, he died. He died in San Diego. That while I was there in San Diego, he died in San Diego. Bill Walton, and he died on May 27th. That was the day I came back. So I was taking the train back on May 27th from San Diego. And then Casey just like brought it to my attention, like more. He like solidified this whole synchronicity even more because first of all, Bill Walton was a huge Grateful Dead fan. That was one of his that's what a bunch of the articles like are saying. Like he was a Deadhead, which that means that he was a huge Grateful Dead fan. And Grateful Dead had a song called Casey Jones. Grateful Dead, Casey Jones, and who, like the lyrics, driving that train, high on cocaine. And Casey Jones was his he was known as being a train driver who died. I guess that's his legacy. Where is it? As the train rounded a curve near Vaughan, Mississippi, it collided with another train on the tracks, but not before Jones told his firemen to jump to safety. Jones remained on board, supposedly to try to slow the train and save his passengers, and was the only person to die in the accident. So, it's wild that I was like bringing up all this stuff about Casey or the train, like my concerns about taking the train, with all this stuff happening beforehand, and then and this happened, and then he died at age 71. Watch, Bill Walton died at he died at age 71, and the Singapore airline incident, there was 71 injured, and that was before. This was the thing that was concerning me, was this, and there was 71 injured, and then this guy, he died at age 71, and he played for the Celtics. Who's known for the clover and fortune, good luck. Like, when you think about the Wheel of Fortune tarot card, and the Wheel of Fortune tarot card is the planet that rules the Wheel of Fortune tarot card is Jupiter. And yeah, see, Jupiter returns the tarot card. I mean, yeah, Jupiter rules the Wheel of Fortune tarot card. Like how Jupiter equals 321, and then Singapore flight 321, SQ 321, and then the member of train drops of Jupiter, and then what just like solidified it so much. So this is the part that I haven't shared publicly yet, and like could be risky, whatever. I just feel like I need to share it, but we, me and Kodi, and then Casey and Seven, we talked about the Revelation 12 sign. That's why we started this stream, about the Revelation 12 sign, and then we just went to completely different. But yeah, the Revelation 12 sign was June 3rd, and then the anniversary of the Revelation 12 sign. So on this day, the day of the anniversary of the Revelation 12 sign, I started my very first day of my new job at this company, Air Liquid. So you can see it here. I mean, I'm not really worried or anything, but so this is where I work. This is the address, Carnegie. So all that train stuff that I was mentioning, Carnegie, Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie was a Scottish American industrialist and philanthropist. He led the expansion of the American steel industry. So, steel, like, um, trains, um, you know, that's a huge part of, trains and Carnegie, Andrew Carnegie. So, if you remember, I mentioned that from the Chernobyl nuclear disaster to the Ohio train derailment, that's when I got 1,377 followers on Instagram. 1,377 followers. 1,377 followers. Oh my god, I did not know that makes 404. That's crazy. But should be with an S. Anyways, so I got when you copy paste Revelation 8:11, it equals 1377. So from Chernobyl to the Ohio train derailment, it was exactly 19 weeks. Keep in mind 8:11. So I learned recently that Andrew Carnegie, he died on August 11th, 1919. 8/11/1919. Like how I had the synchronicity with the Ohio train derailment with Revelation 8:11, and that was 19 weeks after the actual Chernobyl nuclear disaster, and they were calling the Ohio train derailment the the Chernobyl of the Midwest. Where was it? Chernobyl 2.0 Ohio train. Yeah. So there's totally that connection there. Now, going back to that's just the Carnegie part. That's just the Carnegie part. And and remember, I started this job on 6/3. And if you go from 1377 so if you go from 1377 to the day I started that job is 569 months, which is the 104th prime. Just like how I took the train 104 days after the end of the 104th NFL season. And so that's the Carnegie stuff. But now this part, this 1831 is unbelievable because first of all, let's look at the word nuclear. Nuclear equals 115. And the 115th prime is 631. Okay, keep that in mind, 631. So keep this in mind. Now, Revelation 8:11 is it's the 30,000 839th verse of the whole Bible. This is the 30,839th verse of the whole Bible. So if you guys are familiar with the way I decode, I like to turn numbers into dates. 3839, right? 30,839th verse is this 3839. So when you go from this date, 3839 to my birth, this is when I was born. This is my birth. When you add the end date, so I was born exactly 631 months after 3839, just like Revelation 8:11. Revelation 8:11 is 30,839 verse of the whole Bible. Convert that to this date, 3839. So from this date to my birth, 631 months, the 115th prime, nuclear equals 115, and also my name equals, or my is 115. Sean Ricardo Desad equals 115. And when you look at 631 p.m., look at that. 6:31 p.m. is 18 hours 31 minutes into the day. And it's 66,666 seconds too. But anyways, it's 18 hours 31 minutes into the day, 6:31 p.m. Just like how I started my job at 18:31, Carnegie Steel trains. Almost done, and then I'll end it soon. But so again, from 3839 to my birth, 631 months exactly. But look at what happens when you go 100 years back to 1839. It's 1831 months. So this would be the same thing. This would be the same. Oops. This is still this, right? Is it not? 3839, but this year. So it's one. So from 3839 to my birth is 1831 months exactly. Look, span. And then, and now I end up getting, my first job, my new job, 1831, Carnegie, steel, trains, all that stuff that happened. I just mentioned with the trains, that led to, right before Bill Walton's death. And like, I don't know, like how, like 1831 months. And then if you just do, because remember 1831, that is 18 hours 31 minutes is 6:31 p.m. 6:31 is 115th prime. And my name equals 115, and nuclear is 115, like the nuclear train derailment. And then when you just go 1931, it's 631 months. Exactly. I can't let me answer this question. I don't know. I don't even know if people really can grasp the connections like as much as like I know some people probably do. I'm sure you do. And at this point it's really hard for me to just decode news and sports at this point because I don't know if I've seen anything that's I don't know if I can find anything um outside of my own personal life that is more coded than what I'm experiencing just and I'm pretty sure that we all have this. It's just um like maybe we all have crazy connections and just some of us have found it, some of us are on the path to finding it, some of us never will, but my own connections are entertaining or piquing my interest more than anything else because um I personally feel like everything I just shared right now is the craziest decode I've ever shared of anything, of anyone, any president, any politician, anything. Like I don't know how this is all happening. So I cannot like I don't know how to make sense of it all. And that's why I'm just only thing I know the only thing I know what to do is just to share it, just to share it and just put it out there. And it might people might not understand it right away. It might take some repeating for some people, and not everyone's gonna do that. Not everyone's gonna go back and rewatch the video, but some people will, and some people are gonna be so determined to understand it that they're gonna watch it multiple times until they fully grasp it. And that's just who it's meant for. Um, yeah, because I know that everybody is meant to find whatever they are meant to find. Um, and everyone's, yeah, I think just, I don't know. I don't know because I've been having really weird synchronicities with like earthquakes and nuclear stuff. And before I noticed the synchronicities, something just made me really want to, something just made me gravitate towards that field of work more than the sports, more than the pop culture decoding, all that stuff, like more than more than the exposing of like Satanism and all that. Like something was just really pulling me towards these connections to like earthquakes and nuclear and the Bible and all that stuff. And then all this stuff just started I just started being revealed to me, and it just made me realize that um like we're all just put on to the paths that we're on for like we're all on different paths, and it's like different but similar paths, like the things that you guys are finding out there. I'm sure you guys have found your own synchronicities, and there's certain numbers that you guys are um numbers or subjects that are like really pulling you guys on your own terms that are different than what's pulling me, but we still all have like a similar um perspective about um, everything going on. That's why you guys are even here in the first place and just interested in this information, because you're not scared of it. You're not intimidated by it, and you're not um, like a lot of people who don't understand it are just intimidated by it, and they just will not hear it. Or it's either intimidation or pride, because then they will also think that it sounds so stupid, that they're like so stupid and crazy that they will not give it the time of day. So either, yeah, pride or fear. But I just assume that anyone who's here is here because you guys are um humble and hungry for knowledge, and um yeah, just really like curious like I am, and um have a strong desire to really be close to the truth and to be close to learning about how God has designed all this. And that's why I do what I do. That's why I talk about what I talk about. And um yeah, I just I don't know. It's I just think it's awesome, and I appreciate that there are people that are willing, that I can have to talk to this about, because if I had no one to talk to about it, I would go insane. I really would. But yeah, I think it's almost 5 o'clock my time. I want to go to some comments before I sign off. Seems we are connected to everything going on in our personal lives by the numbers. Wasn't meant to be, so we're imprisoned in a numbers cube. I definitely agree with the first part. We are for sure all connected. And I don't know if it was or was not meant to be. I can't prove that either way. We're imprisoned in a numbers cube. I think the word imprisoned, there could definitely be truth to that, but it just depends on the connotation that you want to use. Like, because obviously imprisoned is like more of a negative connotation. But if you see it as like, this is all just, we're part of, we're experiencing God's design, and it's like, it's up to you to decide if it's good or bad. And I don't know if I think it's fully bad. I don't know if I think it's bad or good. I just see it for what it is. But I mean, the fact that God has communicated with me twice with earthquakes in the past few weeks is just mind blowing to me. And it does suck that, people can be experiencing bad things through this coding. Um, it's hard. It's hard to make sense of why bad things happen to people who don't deserve it. But I'm just really trusting that it's all going to lead to, everything's gonna be okay in the end, for all of us, for everybody. I I have that hope and that faith. Truth, spirit, God does care about mankind soon. These man-made corrupt governments will be replaced with God's ruling kingdom to come, our Father's kingdom to come on earth as it is in heaven. So something I want to say about that is, I've changed my perspective a lot with like government and stuff, which you don't really see me talk badly about government, politicians, or anyone. Especially, I mean, I'm talking specifically about leaders, but I think it's because of this verse here, Romans. I forgot what it is, but Romans. Every authority is appointed by God. Every authority is appointed. Yeah, this is my favorite. I think this is one of my favorite verses that has helped me mature a lot. Because I used to be really like, oh, we gotta take down the government. Oh, I hate Kamala Harris, hate Biden, blah blah blah, all that. But now I like, it's just changed my perspective so much after reading this. I want to read the. Okay, let every soul be subject unto higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God. So there is no power but of God. And it says, let every soul be subject unto the higher powers. So we are supposed to be like, no matter if no matter what, whether we disagree with them or not, um, based on this, like it says like, um, whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation. So it's like, you're it's basically saying like, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to resist. Because whether you think like, and that's why I'm really, I take pastors with a grain of salt, because like, they will say like, um we have to take down these evil satanic leaders, and like, um you have to resist, it's obedience to God. That's what some pastors literally say. But this proves that that's not true. Whoever therefore resisteth the power resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation. Chapter 3, or verse 3. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Will thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same. So it's just like, you have nothing to worry about. You know, our 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 job is not to, like, if we really trust what God says, then if we just continue to not focus on, taking down the evil powers, and we just do what's right, we have nothing to worry about, because they're only going to be a terror to us if we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. For he is the minister of God to, you talk about the powers of all authority, all authority is appointed by God. So this is what, for he is the minister of God, even Biden, Kamala, the minister of God to thee for good. For if thou do that which is evil, be afraid, for he beareth not the sword in vain, for he is the minister of God, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. Wherefore ye must needs to be wait. Wherefore ye must needs be subject, not only for wrath, but also for conscience sake. So it's not even just for the sake of trying to avoid wrath. It's also for our own well-being. For I wonder why they do 4-4. There's gotta be reasons. For this cause pay ye tribute also, for they are God's ministers. They, the powers that be, no matter, every single one, like it says, every single authority is appointed by God. So they are God's ministers, attending continually upon this very thing. Render therefore to all their dues tribute, tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor. Owe no man anything but to love one another, for he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law. So um that's all we need to do. We just need to love each other. That's it. And this is when it starts to get a little bit more specific on how what it means to love one another. Thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, thou shalt not covet. And if there be any other commandment, is briefly comprehended in this saying, namely, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. So it's basically just saying that if you just love everyone like as yourself, you will fulfill all the rest of all this. Because if you love everyone as yourself, you're gonna have no reason to. You're not gonna see anybody in an adulterous way. You're not gonna have any reason to want to. You would never want to kill anybody if you love them. You would never want to steal from them if you really love them. All that. So I think I just pretty much finished my point. Yeah, I mean, it's just talking about the church has been corrupted, that's for sure. Look at this, like, we are in Satan's little season and it's coming to an end. I'm not sure it's that, but it's a good concept. Yeah, I think I see things like that too. Like, it's definitely a good way to. It's always good to see it that way. But then, like, I've definitely gone down the Satan's little season rabbit hole, and it's just interesting because I don't know what makes Satan's little season any different than when the Bible says that, like, Satan's the god of this world. Like, what makes this season different than because I know people really think that it's like, oh, we're in this like this specific literal little season where, like, before that there wasn't Satan's little season and now we're in it. But it's like, it just said, like, Bible said. Oh my god, sorry guys, I did accidentally almost ended the stream on accident. But basically what I was just saying, yeah, I don't know why it makes any other time different. Oh yeah, I was gonna look up where it says Satan is the god of this world. Corinthians. 2 Corinthians 4. Sorry, I'm really bad at typing. In whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believeth not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God, should shine unto them. Wasn't there another verse about saying? That might be the verse. Yeah, I think that's the verse. But yeah, I mean, so what if he's the God of this world, then what? I don't know what. So I guess, like, to elaborate on that point, it's not necessarily bad to just see us. Yeah, we're in Satan's low season, but we've always been, I guess. So it's just good to, in terms of putting on the full armor of God. What is the full armor of God? Let's just review it. Helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness, belt of truth, sword of the spirit, shield of faith, feet of peace. So we just always got to have our armor ready, and just, always ready for war. But you don't necessarily have to fight. Like, you don't have to be, like, I feel like I'm not. I feel like I'm a pretty peaceful person. That's the thing. So, like, people think that, like, if you're fighting, you're in a battle, in a war. Like, there's a lot of Christians who oh, like, they're just like too like they're not even peaceful. You gotta have peace. I feel like I that's the foundation. You gotta have that. I feel like I try to come across as pretty peaceful, but I'm still trying to, uh, you know, always have my guard up. Just joined here finally, and I rock my friend and I just had this conversation about the low season and looked at 2 Corinthians about Satan being the god of this world. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a good thing to. I guess it goes hand in hand. Okay. So probably gonna I haven't eaten today, so I'm probably gonna get off. But yeah, thanks for everybody who's been here. Sundays seem like maybe Sundays are a good time for me to stream because I've had a good turnout so far. And for me, I it's not, like I said, it's not a lot for other people, but it's for me, it's so much. So I'm going to. Yeah, I'm still trying to get back to some comments from my videos. So if you commented and I haven't gotten back to it, I'm gonna get back to it like ASAP. Hope you guys have a good day. Take care. God bless. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to you guys sometime this week. I know my schedule is a little bit busier now with my job, but I'm gonna do my best. So again, thank you guys so much for tuning into my streams the past 2 days, and I hope you guys have a blessed day. Take care. Bye. God bless you guys too. Thanks.